a long way from the world he desired when he closed his eyes. From the quiet, calm days where life flowed peacefully and predictably, before the hard and cruel battles where you don't know if tomorrow will come. This is a dream that our hero has been having for 17 long years. He is an ordinary resident of an ordinary city. There are thousands of them. Every day, like déjà vu, does not bring any joy. The same cup of hot drink in the cafe around the corner. His name is Mak Chen. He is 25 years old. He works in a convenience store. He earns a pittance, which is not enough even for a poor life. But what can an orphan from an orphanage, without education and connections, count on? Alone and of no use to anyone. Mak Chen silently listens to the cheerful and carefree conversations of the shop's customers about all sorts of things. But he himself is always silent. And what is there to talk about? This sullen, introverted guy with sad eyes? He just repeats his routine daily duties. But there is something that sets him apart from the rest. Every day, Mak Chen has the same amazing dream. For 17 years, every night, our hero lives in a small room in a dormitory for the poor. After each workday, he barely makes it to his bed and collapses, exhausted. All he can think about is how he barely made it to the end of his shift at the store. Learning about a recurring dream that has been going on for years can be scary for anyone. But for a homeless guy, without a normal job or decent housing, dreams are the only chance to escape to where dreams lead. The first time he had this strange dream was in his early childhood. Mak Chen lived in an orphanage at the time. In that dream, he seemed to have entered another dimension. The kid did not understand where he had ended up and did not immediately realize that he was the main character there. In this other world, he saw himself standing in front of a large and magnificent building. It was shining with lights and looked like a fairy tale castle, and our hero, as if enchanted, went there. Everything around was like a fairy tale. At the entrance, he was met by a stranger in a fox mask. She greeted the newcomer and invited him to come inside. The fox showed him the way to a large banquet hall, where everyone present wore masks. It was so mysterious. The people present were sitting at a table. They were playing some kind of game. One of them, wearing a mask with a long beak, was throwing dice. The others were making noise and talking. They were asked to choose their figures for the game. The stranger in the fox mask apologized for interrupting and introduced the new participant to those present. The most amazing thing is that the boy saw and felt himself in the dream as if he were an adult. He was wearing clothes that he had never seen before. There was a mask on his face. Mak Chen didn't understand where he was or why he was dressed like that. His body and voice had become adult. But instead of answering, he was invited to sit at the designated place at the gaming table. It was definitely a dream, but it felt real. The woman in the fox mask asked the newcomer's name. He decided not to give his real name. Since this was a dream, Mak Chen decided to introduce himself with a nickname, a pseudonym. He called himself Snowman. The fox woman smiled and asked the snowman to create a figure that he would then control. He was very surprised that he would participate in this mysterious game. Mak Chen did not know what to do next. Suddenly, a character creation window opened in front of him. From the list of professions and attributes, it was necessary to choose the qualities of the character that would become his figure. The snowman decided to try. From the list, he chose the frost attribute Mage, and the character appeared. Someone with a lightning mask said that this was a bold choice for a first game. He definitely liked the snowman. This was going to be an interesting game. He invited those at the table to begin. Raising his gloved hand, he threw a multifaceted dice. On this day, the first game in our hero's life began. Those present were clearly enjoying what was happening, as if they had long been accustomed to it. But soon, the game was drawing to an end. The jester-masked player cursed and said that with this kind of success, they would all soon be killed. He said that now it was the snowman's turn to throw the dice, and it was his turn. Our hero realized that it was his turn and rolled the dice. Options appeared: 1. Run away. 2. Put up a smoke screen. Third, bind Sharpthorn's legs with frost magic. Try to convince with words. Time remaining 0:39. The snowman chose the third option to bind his legs with magic. In the hands of his figure in the magic cap was a frost staff. In addition to the staff and cap, the figure wore a wide-brimmed cloak. Those present said that this was an excellent choice. The character turned out to be interesting. Mak Chen was amazed that magic could be used so easily. The man in the mask with the bird's beak asked to leave the rest for him. The command was given to move forward, and the figures rushed into battle with the Thorn. The window announced that the Thorn chieftain had been defeated, and the adventure was over. The players were happily shouting that they had finally managed to defeat him. The fox woman informed everyone present that today's adventure was over. She looked around at everyone, hoping that all the players had enjoyed the world of eternity. The snowman didn't fully understand the essence and what the world of eternity meant, but the game was amazing. He had never played anything like it. The fate of the figures depended on luck, strategy, and choice. The countless number of professions and attributes gave even more variations. Birdman was pleased. He told Snowman that this game was a trial and asked if he would join them tomorrow. Mak Chen said yes. There was no point in thinking seriously about sleep. From that day on, he and a group of strangers enjoyed the world of eternity every night. But no one believed in his adventure. The other children from the orphanage thought he was schizophrenic. His comrades laughed at him and didn't want to believe that every night he went into a dream world where he played a game with strangers. They decided that he had gone crazy. Our hero told the children from the shelter about his amazing dream sincerely, and they began to call him a fool and avoided communicating with him. Then he distanced himself from everyone. He became like a hermit. It was difficult and very offensive. After all, he did nothing bad to anyone. But how hard it is for a child to be alone, without family and without friends. Gradually, Mak Chen became completely withdrawn and practically stopped talking. He was labeled a fool and a deceiver, as if he were a leper. He resigned himself, and the dreams continued. And gradually, they became his outlet in the joyless shelter life. Lying in bed, our hero remembered how it all began. He needed to take a shower and get his things ready for work tomorrow. But he didn't even have the strength to get up. He was only interested in whether everyone was already ready, and immediately fell asleep. Falling asleep, our hero decided that he absolutely didn't care whether they believed him or not. The world of eternity was his personal refuge. Only there did he feel like someone worthwhile. In his dream, he was already expected. His masked comrades greeted him joyfully and called him respectfully Sir Snowman. They vied with each other in asking if he would play with them today. Birdman said with confidence that he would definitely spend the last day with them. It is unclear what was meant at all and why they called the day of the game the last. Over the course of 17 years, Mak Chen had wondered many times who they were, those in masks. He even assumed that they were gods. But he was in no hurry to learn the secrets, afraid to destroy the magic of sleep. Enjoying the game became the most important part of his life. He just threw the dice and laughed with the others. His joy and his emotions were there. His whole life was there. Lightning Man shut the others' mouths and declared that this time Snowman would play alone because he had not finished the great sage's last adventure. Those present agreed that they would have to retreat. The figures had been wonderful so far, but he had not reached the ascension. They had to try one last time. Ascension. This is the road to heaven. The final adventure in the world of eternity. The climax of the game. And the beginning of something else. But they never talked about that. Mak Chen played with partners for 17 years. He created several legendary characters. Therefore, he, who almost reached the top, was considered by many as their idol. But everything comes to an end. The world of eternity also turned out to be not endless. Our hero desperately did not want the world of his dreams, which had become his home, to melt away like smoke. Mac Chen thought that his partners probably knew better than him what would happen after all this. Birdman asked him to try to achieve ascension on this last day. The snowman replied that he was sad to part with the game, and that if he had been given more time, he would have definitely created a unique 31 figure that would have absorbed the knowledge of all the years. The fox woman comfortingly asked them not to be upset, that the trial version would soon end. The official release would begin tomorrow, and all their dreams would come true. Lightning said they were a little late, and it was time to return them to divinity. They needed revenge on the insects that made them like that. Mac Chen had been sitting at the gaming table with these people for 17 years. But now, he had absolutely no idea what kind of strange things they were discussing. The meaning of their speeches was almost always incomprehensible. However, now is not the time to think. We need to concentrate and try to get ascension. In 17 years, only 9 out of 30 figures have reached this stage, and none of the 9 have made it past the final stage. Today will be his last chance. The snowman looked at the dice and thought that everything depended on this throw. He begged for it to work. The number 1 came up. His final game began. The options window announced that there had been a mana explosion during ascension. Milan was shocked by the magical backlash. The steps to heaven crumbled under his feet, and his finest figure flew down. Oh no, Milan failed the ascension. He was 1 step away from the final. The best snowman figure ever created. The masked men surrounding the gaming table sighed at his failure. They told the snowman that he was very unlucky, that his 10th attempt had also ended in failure. The snowman sat devastated. 9 times he was on the verge of ascension. 10th chance was the last. And again, a failure. The whole meaning of his life was destroyed. He could not imagine how he would live on. Again, an orphan with a simple job, without these magical dreams. The window of opportunity asked whether he wanted to end Milan's adventure. Of course, it is difficult for a person to get to heaven. The snowman looked at the window of opportunity. Only yes and no. No third option. And he clicked the finish option. This meant that Milan's fate was now in his hands. The adventure was over, but life went on. The masked players consoled him as best they could. They said that even though he had failed, he was still the only one who had reached ascension, and he had hoped so much to break through at least at the end. His longtime playing partners had melted away, and only the empty gaming table with chairs reminded him that this had happened in his life. The snowman walked away dejectedly. Luck had turned away from him at the last moment, and so ended the world of eternity, which Mac Chen had enjoyed for 17 years. But it had been a lot of fun. He saw a bright flash. It was as if he had been struck by electricity, and the guy passed out a little. Mac Chen was sure that everything was over with the defeat of the last game figure. Suddenly, he heard the painfully familiar voices of his partners. These voices greeted him again. Ahead was an open, shining door, in which he saw many familiar and unfamiliar figures. In the foreground were his longtime partners in the game. But for some reason, they called him an insect who deceived everyone and pretended to be a god until he himself became a piece on the board. Mac Chen was taken aback. Was the eternal world supposed to end with his failure? He was sure that he would never dream of that world again. But for some reason, he found himself there again. The masked characters seemed to welcome him, but were somehow hostile towards him. Not at all as loving and understanding as at the gaming table. Lightning Mask ordered to take him. They were partners for so many years, played so many games together. Now they treat Snowman as an enemy, and suddenly a fiery, oppressive ring twisted our hero's neck. His neck was on fire and sparks were flying from his eyes. Mac Chen was suffocating. He did not understand why the partners with whom he had played at the same table for 17 years suddenly turned into enemies. Such strange metamorphoses happened literally in an instant. The partners shouted terrible things, like, "Where did this insignificant man come from? Who dared to open the way for him? And how dare he deceive the gods themselves?" We must kill him immediately. Mac Chen couldn't believe his ears. What the hell was going on? His former teammates wanted to strangle him and burn him to ashes, even though just recently many of them were his fans as a player. Lightning released fire from his hands, screaming that his end had come. Our hero thought with horror that he did not want to die such a miserable and pitiful death. No, he did not agree to this. Masked characters gathered around him. Not just his former game partners. He didn't know many of them and was seeing them for the first time. It was strange and scary. A tall character in a long coat and an evil mask emerged from the crowd of masks. Everyone called him Corden, and he was clearly the leader of this divine flock. The gods approached Corden and asked what to do with this pathetic insect. Most agreed that the snowman must be killed. They all told him that Mac Chen had insulted each of them. He laughed, as if to say, "I see this guy really pissed you off." Corden clearly had authority over those present. The gods listened to his opinion. He ordered everyone to calm down. Our hero remembered that this Corden often appeared in the world of eternity. He was one of the most influential players, but Mac Chen personally never played with him. The snowman really hoped for help from Corden. He said that it was wrong to spill human blood in heaven, and that it was wrong to drag dirt into one's beds. It was unworthy of the gods. He offered the gods a simple option, namely to send Mac Chen back to where he came from. But they objected to this proposal that there was no point in doing so. They were clearly thirsty for Mac Chen's blood. Corden reassured everyone that they would not let him go so easily, because he was definitely guilty. The leader reminded the angry and indignant gods that they had forgotten what day it was. The gods remembered that today is the harvest, a special day. And that means it's time to send this loser back. Corden said that Snowman will go where he belongs, to the lands where their dreams will come true, and will die like a worm, to become a victim in the name of madness. From Mac Chen's point of view, Corden was talking complete nonsense, but they were definitely going to send him somewhere, without asking his opinion at all. The god in the lightning mask reluctantly let go of the snowman and removed the fiery noose from his neck. He laughed a nasty laugh and nodded to Corden as if to say, "What a great idea! You can't stain the skies with such disgusting blood." The mask jester added that did this little man really not know anything when he got here? Lightning extended a fiery finger towards Mac Chen and ordered him to die on the ground and not even think about looking into the eyes of the gods. And our hero realized that Corden had no intention of saving him. He just wanted to kill him in a different way, causing more pain. The gods didn't just want him dead, they wanted to enjoy the spectacle. Suddenly, he heard a voice inside himself. Someone was asking sympathetically about his well-being. Mac Chen looked around at those present, but he still couldn't figure out who the voice belonged to. Telepathically, the voice told him that only Mac Chen could hear it. Others couldn't. The voice belonged to Corden. It was scary to believe, but it was true. It turns out that he was on the snowman's side. Corden said that he knew who he was, but there was no time to explain. God got to the main point. The world in which Mac Chen lived would soon change. Today, the merger of two worlds would occur, the world of people and the world of eternity. Our hero asked Corden why the merger was necessary. Corden replied that the gods had chosen madness over faith to restore their powers. They sometimes do that. Corden explained that all the work and history of people would be sold for madness, and it will also help the gods regain their former powers. Corden said that there was only one way to save people. Snowman needs to get to the final adventure he failed, before Ascension. And he needs to collect as much madness as possible, because it will come in handy. Mac Chen must not touch the affairs of heaven, or the gods might interfere. The snowman did not understand what he was talking about. How to carry out a mission if they are not in the game. The last game took place. Corden telepathically wished him luck, and expressed hope that they would meet one day. The god did not want to explain anything else. Mac Chen stood rooted to the spot, taking in what was said. Corden, as if nothing had happened, extended his hand in his direction, from which a radiance emanated. He suggested to the others that they watch how the worm would wriggle before dying. Mak Chen felt a powerful push in his chest from an invisible force and somersaulted into the abyss. He was thrown from the sky. Our hero understood this, but he had absolutely no idea where he ended up after his flight into the abyss. The masks from above watched his flight. The snowman did not yet know that now they would be watching his every step on the path to ascension. A kind of reality show. Corden turned to the masks and said, as if nothing had happened, that it was now time to discuss the harvest of madness. He called the masks noble gods, and the gods began to discuss their affairs animatedly. Meanwhile, the snowman's flight ended, and he landed somewhere. The sensations were real. He realized that he was okay and alive. Thank God. But to what God? The question is rhetorical. Now he clearly understood that these were real gods and they did not just exist in his dreams, but were material. He looked around. The place was completely unfamiliar. It was very dark around. Suddenly, he saw a glow and a notification that the world of eternity from his dreams was loading. He realized that he was inside it. But now, not in a dream, but in reality. The app loaded, and Snowman was welcomed to Pandia. Pandia was the world from his game. Mak Chen found himself in another reality again. The reality of his dreams. In front of him, he saw a valley with a huge tower in front. Another game, he realized. Our hero was probably given a second chance to reach ascension. This time, it was definitely his last. An information window popped up. He had never seen a variation window before. It said that 7,900,021,232 people had joined the world of eternity. The number was impressive. Almost 8 billion. That's the entire population of his planet at that time. He was supposed to achieve ascension personally. But for some reason, all the people were added. The information window asked to select character attributes. The first adventure will begin soon. Everything is as it was in his training games. Mak Chen thought that if other people besides him were here, then Corden was right. The worlds really did unite today. Corden told him about this, that the world in which he was accustomed to living would soon change. It was necessary to think over the new situation. Today begins his official release as a player. Everything that happened before was just training. The game that seemed like a dream for 17 years has now become his reality. Mak Chen grabbed his head. Everything was mixed up in his thoughts. Anyone could go crazy from such changes. He remembered the lightning mask's cry not to dare look the gods in the eyes and to die on the ground like a worm. The fact that he looked at the world through their eyes was depressing. However, our hero did not consider himself a weakling. His experience in training games was priceless, and his reputation was good. But this worm was able to deceive them during the game, and all they did was cheer him on. Mak Chen realized that the traumatic childhood memories from the orphanage were repeated with those to whom he gave all his heart and love for 17 years. This thought brought unbearable pain, rejected again, and alone again, as always. What else could he do but get really angry at those bastards who called themselves gods? Our hero was a brave and determined guy, and he accepted the challenge of the gods and entered the decisive game. The snowman decided to take advantage of the experience of these 17 years and, without wasting time, began to create a figure for the game. The window of opportunity reported that character creation was complete. The snowman decided that he would become the unique 31st figure, and he would get to the end at any cost. His choice was a shock to the gods watching him from the sky. Summoner Snowman, joining the eternal world of Pandia. He had never been a shadow summoner before because it was a generally weak character. The world of eternity is no different from tabletop role-playing games. Mak Chen finished his previous game on the 30th character. His previous experience told him that starting attributes change a lot. It's like in real life, everything is decided by the wealth you were born with. But now, the game is becoming a real world, not just a game. And our hero will no longer have a chance to start over. Death means the end. Therefore, it was necessary to create a character that would achieve ascension without any problems. In the world of eternity, you can select several attributes at the same time. Therefore, it becomes possible to choose something specific. And, of course, thanks to such a system, preferred and backward classes are created. In his previous games, Snowman relied on the experience and support of other players. But now, everything depends on him alone. One for the whole world. Among all the possible combinations, there was one that he had never tried before the trial period ended. He had to take it. Magic Summoner. Attribute: Shadow. All attribute points in Wisdom, Cooking, and Perception. Summoner is a very unpleasant class that deals poor damage and heals poorly. The Shadow is nothing special. But if you combine two unpopular attributes, you get an interesting combination. And the Snowman decided to choose it. Now, Snowman is a Shadow Summoner. And in this status, he moves to the world of eternity, to Pandia, an ordinary, run-of-the-mill guy, a graduate of an orphanage, without family or home, entered the world of eternity not only as a player, but as a person whose mission is to save the world. Mac Chen looked into the window of opportunity and realized that the starting adventure was chosen randomly. Adventure 1. Moonlight Dance. There are many traps scattered throughout Pandia. In order not to die in agony, the hero will have to learn to bypass them. You need to complete the ruins of the Forgotten Moon without failing. Time: 5:59. Death awaited Snowman if he failed. He thought about it. He remembered the ruins of the Forgotten Moon from previous games. It seemed like a simple adventure for beginners who were just getting acquainted with the nuances of the world of eternity. But this is only at first glance. The difficulty of the adventure is unusually high. There you often had to advance with significant damage. The Forgotten Moon ruins are chock full of all sorts of traps. And this can be a huge problem, since he doesn't have a thief class or the trap disarm skill. Besides, the Shadow Summoner is a character that moves very slowly. The Snowman carefully examined his status once again. Snowman, Shadow Summoner. Race: Human. Titles: None. Level: 1. Attribute: Points: 0. Strength: 10. Dexterity: 10. Endurance: 10. Intelligence: 10th. Wisdom: 20. Willpower: 10. Talents: Cooking, Perception. Skills: Shadow Summoning, Shadow Hand. Shadow Dimension: 0/700. He spent all his points on Wisdom. This won't be easy. He had thoughts that if he had known what the first adventure would be, he would have chosen a different class of figure. But what is. And with this baggage, our hero entered the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. These were familiar ruins. He had been here many times. Mac Chen finally realized that he had truly become a figure. He hadn't thought about it during the previous games, but when he was here in person, he began to get nervous. Our hero stood before the entrance to the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. There were two options on what to start interacting with. The first one is the door. The second one is lever. But he didn't know what the correct answer was. The options window popped up in front of his eyes. It was very unexpected that the Snowman could now see options. The window showed that the ruin doors were made of solid stone. Options: 1. Force open. 2. Turn the lever to the right. 3. Turn the lever to the left. 4. Requires perception. To turn off the trap on the door, you first need to turn the lever to the left, then to the right. He realized that there would be hints along the way, although he knew all the rules by heart. It also became clear that the rules in the release game are similar to the trial versions. It's good that at least something hasn't changed. He realized that he can get through the ruins. Mac Chen played this game in his dreams for 17 years. He had excellent intuition. First right, then left, our hero decided. Picking the best options was always his hobby horse, and he was respected by other players for it. If there were more, it would be hard to remember everything. But in such a situation there is no room for doubts and hesitations. The snowman entered the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. He recognized the place he was now in. Ahead was a corridor, the floor of which was paved with slabs depicting figures of animals and some signs. He turned to the options window to find out the conditions of this test. Our hero had to step on the tiles and get to the other side. But if he chooses incorrectly, then the trap will be activated. And this is not a toy trap, but a real one. Death is also real, not pretend. He looked at his feet. He was only one step away from death. In the training games, he had tried almost all the basic talents that existed in the world of eternity. And the snowman knew all the hidden choices that specific options opened up. He understood that his greatest strength was his accumulated knowledge. Now he had to use it wisely. He looked ahead and realized that there on the wall was written in hieroglyphs the password to this riddle. But he didn't have the talent of archaeology or blessing to read the ancient writings. But Mac Chen remembered the main point anyway. It's good that he had an excellent memory. The lion is fierce, so he does not give in to anyone. The sheep is obedient, so he goes last. The generous moon embraces everyone. The wolf follows right behind the tiger. It may seem difficult at first, but the idea is to step on the tiles in a certain order. The snowman thought the task was simple. It was enough to repeat the sequence so as not to get hurt. And to be attentive, of course. He stood for a while and studied the tiles on the floor. In this way, he put together an algorithm for movement. When I realized that I was ready, I gave myself the command to go forward. His heavy boot stepped onto the first floor tile. The snowman moved carefully and cautiously, but at the same time, confidently. He had no right to make a mistake, just as he had no right to step on two tiles at the same time. In addition to brains, this also required skill. Slowly, our hero moved forward. He praised himself for his good memory. His steps echoed in the empty corridor, and the sound of his staff was like the beating of his heart. Finally, Mac Chen passed a corridor with pictures on the floor. Turning back, he thought, this was easy. And then the options window popped up, telling him that he had passed the first test. Now, he could choose a reward. A copper chest appeared. Since he passed the test without damage, the reward is upgraded, and the chest becomes iron instead of copper. You can choose either the reward now or move on. The reward is tempting, of course, but if you move on, it will increase. And he decided to continue the adventure. The wisdom of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon was the lesson, know your place. If you are greedy and reach for the best reward, you will end up dead. Greed has ruined more than one young man, but our hero was modest, and greed did not threaten him. Further on his way, there were steps into a dungeon. He remembered this adventure from previous games very well, and hoped not to make a mistake. The second test demonstrated the essence of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. This is a trap that you will have to break through. But he didn't remember the corridor being that long in training games. His knowledge and memories were clearly insufficient here. A hint window popped up. The tiles he can step on are 1. Red, 2. Blue, 3. Black. The order in which the trap is activated is different each time. He thought that he had no talents that could open up hidden options. Snowman thought that the skills trap disarm or mechanical engineering would be very useful here. He saw his reflection in the mirror wall and noticed a black scar on his neck. This scar was given to him by the suffocating fiery grip of the god in the lightning mask. And now, the scar looked like a collar. Mac Chen cursed and called the gods bastards, and swore to himself that they would see each other again. And so he stepped onto the first red step of the stairs. Our hero really hoped to guess the correct order. Mac Chen's forehead became covered in sweat. He moved carefully, lighting the way with a torch. Our hero tried to be extremely attentive. Then he stepped on the next step, and something flew at him from the side. He saw holes in the side wall from which periodically burst out beams of compressed air, which hit him painfully on the hand and broke the staff with the torch. It was impossible to stand on one step for too long. The mechanism for releasing an air pneumatic jet was triggered. This spurred on making decisions faster. You can't think for a long time about choosing a step. Mac Chen thought the journey was getting more and more interesting. Hell ahead sacrificed 100 madness. We'll have to miss the blows if you don't know the solution. Ha. It turns out the gods were watching his every move and commenting. The fact that these bastards were watching him became extremely unpleasant and weighed on his psyche. He felt like a guinea pig. The gods are merciless monsters, the snowman thought. What a wild thing to make a sequence of 4 red tiles in a row. The pain from the blows was so great that sometimes he almost lost consciousness. Next come red, blue, and black. But since up until now there were always red ones, thought the snowman, now he needs to choose blue. And he took the fatal step. The blue tile was wrong. The gods were having a blast and calling him a loser. He realized that he was on the verge of collapse. The gods decided that he was finished, because there were still many steps ahead, and he didn't know the algorithm. He received a telepathic hint from Corden to turn on madness and run as fast as he could. If he didn't hurry, he would turn into a pancake. And Mac Chen rushed forward rapidly. The gods did not understand why he began to succeed. They were outraged. What the hell was going on? As if someone had given them a hint. The snowman ordered himself to run as quickly as possible. Mac Chen's brain was frantically analyzing, and he realized. The correct sequence of tiles is repeated and consists of only 5 pieces, 4 reds and 1 black. Once you figure out the pattern, the trap becomes pointless. And he got over the ladder. The gods were not happy that he had guessed and promised to play many more dirty tricks on him. Our hero was a little battered after the stairs, and he no longer had his staff and torch. The options window popped up and said he had passed the Forgotten Moon Ruins trial and could choose a reward. A silver chest appeared. The trap had been triggered less than 10 times. The reward for this increases. The silver chest becomes golden. You must either take the reward or continue the adventure. Mac Chen had a difficult choice to make. He could end the adventure right now and take the reward. His hands were itching and reaching for the chest, but he stopped the temptation. The snowman told himself that it was not time to stop and turned his back to the chest. Our hero had not come to the world of eternity for gold. The gods laughed that he was a crazy masochist. Lol. In front of him, the snowman saw a gate, and above it again, hieroglyphs. Behind this door was the moon square. The inscriptions read, "Don't be arrogant. Know your place. Be humble." The window of opportunity offered a choice. 1. Ignore the warning and test your strength. 2. Admit your weakness and retreat. Mac Chen, although he was a poor orphan, had a noble heart in his chest. For him, this choice was not so difficult. He will never choose the second option, and confidently clicked on the first line. The gates opened, and our hero entered the moon square. He stood silently and looked ahead. He already knew who was waiting for him in this square. Snowman had already met him in training games. But then they played on a team. He saw a brightly shining sword in the hands of the one who was already waiting for him. It was a knight in metal armor, and he had to be fought. Eyes were shining from the slits of his helmet, and he found Mac Chen arrogant. So arrogant that he dared to enter the knight's abode. A puny human dared to challenge the invincible knight. The knight promised to cut his head off right now. The snowman looked at this character with curiosity and respect. He politely greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Moon Knight Karuna. They had reached this point many times in the game. Mac Chen began to remember everything related to Karuna. Here they are throwing a dice at the gaming table. Here are the indignant gods who don't understand what's wrong with this character and how Moon Knight can be defeated. They haven't managed to do it yet. The snowman said that in the game, you just need to roll the dice and have fun. But in real life, this task is very difficult. They tried so many times and still lost to this Tin Man. The snowman recalled further. The moonlit night dance is a test that appears at the end of Ruins of the Forgotten Moon. The location is the Moon Square, in which there is a safe zone where the night will not attack. We must take advantage of this. However, reaching the safety zone is extremely difficult, and it is better not to rely on it. Moon Knight cuts off all routes to the safety zone. If even one attack hits, the Moon Sword will turn the daredevil into ashes. A terrible test where the boss is so strong that he can kill with one blow. Many figures have been lost because they rushed in thinking they would win easily. The options window suggested 1. Step on the tile with a black sheep. Second step on the tile with a black wolf. Third step on the tile with a black moon. 4. With a black lion. 5. With a red sheep. These tiles were the only way to proceed further. The snowman remembered that color and order were important for the cleanup again. The order remained from the first test, and it will remain so until he gets out of the ruins. The knight with the incinerating sword awaited his decision. Our hero began his journey. The first tile is a red lion. Different colors have different effects. Red tiles reduce the aura that surrounds Karuna. His movements slow down and the barrier becomes weaker. Next tile is a red wolf, then a red moon. The knight looked ominously at Mac Chen walking across the tiles. Our hero noticed that Moon Knight had noticeably slowed down. But the effect of the red tiles is cumulative up to those times. Next up is the black sheep. The journey was very stressful. He could barely cope with mental fatigue. The black tiles activate a device that deals damage to Karuna, but using it charges the moon barrier, so you'll have to step on the red tiles again to weaken it. You need to drop the barrier with the red ones in order to then attack with the black ones. It would not be possible to defeat him quickly in any case. But there was a chance. Definitely. The knight took a fighting stance. This stance was the stance for the instant death attack Moonlight Slash. The knight cried out that the disturber of his peace had some dirty tricks up his sleeve. The Moonlight Slash affected everything within the sword's range. The gods watching the action began to argue. Some said that this test was too difficult for a beginner. Others, that it was his own fault, he should take the reward and leave. Mac Chen decided to defend himself with Moonlight. It must definitely be related to the blue tile. He didn't know if it was possible to stand on the blue tile for a long time. But he decided to take a chance. The gods knew that this was the first person to pass the final test. And the gods joked that Mac Chen was the vanguard of all mankind. They shouted that this arrogant upstart must be punished. Our hero was extremely focused on the sequence of tiles. He ordered himself to step on the red one again to weaken the barrier. The knight, his eyes flashing angrily, shouted that he would now kill the hero. But the snowman wasn't so afraid of him anymore. He suddenly realized that there was a reason why he had to go so far, and that his training in dreams was not a coincidence. He spent 17 long years preparing and remembered all his games. Now the snowman remembered the lightning god's questions at the gaming table. Lightning was surprised that Snowman kept trying to do Karuna's moon dance again and again, as if possessed. Now Snowman was grateful to himself for his persistence. The gods were very surprised when they learned that 3 red tiles in a row could slow him down as much as possible. So the best strategy was found: to avoid, not to defeat. The black tile does almost no damage and also activates his deadly attack. He understood that it was too dangerous, and what was the point if all the figures died? But Mac Chen finally knew the right answer. This was the only right way. The knight was very strong. But without overcoming him as an obstacle, achieving the goal was impossible. Karuna shouted at his opponent not to underestimate the moonlight. The enemy was furious. His eyes were flashing blue. He was trying with all his might to throw our hero off balance and make him make a mistake. But Mac Chen stubbornly continued on his way. He jumped onto a red tile, then onto 2 more red tiles in turn. It was their turn to jump onto the black tile. With his actions, Mac Chen paralyzed Moon Knight. There was little left until the end of such a dangerous and deadly path. The knight was powerless to use his weapon and only growled, saying, "Does the snowman really need to go that far?" The options window has announced that Moon Knight Karuna is being consumed by the moonlight. Karuna is taking constant damage. Karuna's agility is increased by 10%. His agility will increase every 5 seconds until Karuna is defeated. Overall, if it weren't for his deadly attack, he wouldn't be so infamous. The snowman shouted to the knight that he was finished and that he had lost. New moon steps, another pattern. Karuna is becoming mercilessly fast. But our hero can slow him down if he steps on the red. And the snowman decided to block the knight's attack by stepping on the blue tile. Mak Chen decided that it was time to finish with this once invincible knight. Now, he clearly realized that he could win this duel. The knight told the offender to be humble, to know his place. The snowman realized that Karuna was preparing for a deadly attack. Karuna uses Moonlight Slash again. Our hero felt that if he couldn't dodge, he would die. There was no other way to save himself from continuing to use the sequence and deal damage. And the snowman continued his dance. Mak Chen laughed because it really was like a moon dance. Acceleration. Deceleration. As if circling in a round dance, the opponents continued their confrontation. But the path was already close to the end. The tiles were running out. The knight had already raised his lunar death sword. He was ready to pierce the impudent daredevil with a beam of light. But his helmet suddenly flew off his head, and that meant that Mak Chen had completed his journey. The moon dance was over. The knight's face, without a helmet, turned out to be nice and not evil. His ears were pointed, like an elf's. He was once an elf. Karuna spoke his last words to a certain master. He bitterly apologized for not being able to fulfill his mission. And he fell down, defeated. Our hero stood on the last step and could not believe his eyes. The invincible enemy lay motionless. The last black tile dealt the knight a fatal blow. Thus, our hero was able to pass the final test of the ruins of the Forgotten Moon. The window of opportunity informed him that he could choose a reward. A treasure chest would appear. Karuna was defeated. The treasure chest became a moon chest. The Moon Hunter achievement and the title He Who Bound the Moon were obtained. The lightning god whispered that there was no need to go so far. It would have been possible to bypass Karuna. But Mak Chen believed that normal heroes don't always go around, and it's best to win, especially now. There was a special reason for this method. Reaching out his hand imperiously to the fallen Moon Knight, our hero commanded him to listen and obey. The options window said he was using Shadow Summon, but that was the main ability of his figure in this release. Moonlight Knight's shadow has been successfully summoned. The option window notified that Karuna's shadow cannot copy Moonlight Slash. The rank of the summoned shadow is too low. High wisdom will be taken into account. Moonlight Slash has degraded to Full Moon Slash. The summoned shadow's rank is too low, and it only inherits 20% of the original power. Karuna's once blue eyes had become dark purple and very sad. It worked! Got 100 insanity points! The gods watching the fight began to roar again. This guy didn't look like a newbie. This was a perfect run. Moon Knight Karuna. Title: None. Class: Hero. Race: Shadow. Level: 1. Strength: 22. Dexterity: 20. Endurance: 24. Intelligence: 14. Wisdom: 14. Willpower: 18. Talent: Nobility. The snowman was very pleased that now Karuna's shadow would accompany him, albeit in a weakened version. And although his abilities are now only 20%, he still wears the hero class. Luck was clearly with the snowman. Rare class usually drops. To some extent, Mak Chen has guaranteed his survival. Summoning Shadow is one of the options with very pleasant conditions. It is enough to defeat the enemy who has a shadow. And the Shadow's skills will be similar to the skills of the defeated monster. But the Shadow is now forced to completely obey the master. Now it's time to check the reward. The snowman opened the precious chest, opened the moon chest. He received stat points, increased his level. He received the moonlight sword. He received the full moon staff. He received the moon seed. 27 gold coins. He also received 13 harmful red potions and 7 small blue potions. Title: The One Who Bound the Moon. Shadow cover: 480/50th. Moonlight sword. Rank: Rare. The sword of Karuna, who used it before becoming an apostle. Strength +5. Stamina +5. Special: When used, range and strength are increased by 20%. And Mak Chen handed the moon sword to the defeated knight Karuna. The Shadow Summoner's shadows have their own characteristics and can change equipment. They draw power from the master and require individual investment. And our hero received the Staff of Wisdom, which he wanted for so long. Full Moon Staff. Rank: Rare. Attack power: 22. Durability: 32. Weight: 0.8 kilograms. The staff is filled with the energy of the sacred moon. Quite heavy. All stats increase at night. Wisdom is usually considered a useless stat, but for the Shadow Summoner, it is the most important. It affects the loyalty of the summoned, charisma, and skill improvement. But, most importantly, wisdom gives a chance for enlightenment. And this is especially important for Mak Chen. After all, he is going to become an elite summoner. He also got an item he never expected to get. Moonseed. Rank: Unique. Weight: 0.1 kilograms. Can be used in different ways. Effect unknown. The seed definitely needs to be eaten. But our hero knew a way to increase the efficiency. And Mak Chen got a title: The One Who Knocked Down the Moon. Associated achievement: Moon Hunter Adventure. Moonlit Night Dance attack with moon attribute increased by 5%. Effect extends to summoned creatures. He tested the effect on Karuna. Everything is fine. The effect works. It was time to move on. And so they moved on to the next adventure. So begins the second adventure of our hero and the summoned shadow of the knight Karuna. The second adventure was called 5 Friendly Brothers. In the southern Rocky Mountains of Pandya live tribes of disgusting trolls. One of them is the Red Fang tribe. The tribe chooses its leader in a special way and maintains life in an equally special way. Now their leader is Tiran Jamad. The objective of the adventure is to weaken the Red Fang tribe by any means necessary. The goal is to kill at least one leader of the Red Fang tribe. If you don't reach your goal, death awaits. As usual. Time remaining 2017. Our hero assumed that if it was now midday, he would reach the safe zone by the next morning. From previous games, he knew they would be given a rest every 2 adventures. This one was about 5 brothers. There are many options, as he has 5 targets to choose from. Although it is a difficult adventure, the Rocky Mountains are not high, but the terrain is difficult to pass. There is security here too. It will take a long time. Therefore, based on the difficulty, the adventure is designed for a group of 5 people. But Mak Chen is alone. Time is running out. We need to move forward as quickly as possible. Last time he was given exactly 6 hours. And now there's such a strange timer. Why is the number so uneven? And then an idea struck him. The snowman was perfectly fine. But the other 4 members of the group somehow died. From the very beginning of this adventure, some kind of devilry was going on. No one saw what happened to the others, and the snowman had no choice but to go forward alone. The gods who were watching decided that he would surely die now. Ahead, Mak Chen saw a guard post on the edge of the mountains. It was still quite a long way to go. A green flag with the emblem of a bloody fang fluttered from the flagpole. Our hero was wary. The Stone Fang tribe only uses it in special cases, when one wishes to seek the blessing of the Earth Dragon Tangrid during the Harvest Festival. This place is the lower level of the Stone Fang tribe's domain. The snowman understood from the flag that the tribe was performing a sacrificial ritual. And he was right. The victims were strung on sharp spikes. It was a terrible sight. Blood was still flowing from many of the corpses. Judging by the clothes of the unfortunates, they all died recently in battle. Judging by the presence of attributes on the hand, One of the victims was a priest, and also 2 vanguards and an archer. The snowman thought that this combination of roles was a good combination. With the right knowledge, they could go through this adventure. There were many options to attack, but it was useless to think about it now, and he waved his hand. Anyway, Snowman felt sorry for them. There were many of them, and it didn't work out. And he was left alone. It was necessary to urgently develop a strategy that would help to cope with the situation. The conditions greatly reduced the choice. Mac Chen thought that he might have to call upon his method. The options window informed him that he had arrived at the Rocky Mountain village. Options: 1. Attack the houses in order. 2. Wait until night. 3. Look around and gather information. Remaining time, 2039. Since he is going through the adventure alone, if successful, he will receive a much better reward. The world of eternity always reacts ambiguously to people's actions during adventures. In other words, the world's decisions about rewards are influenced by the behavior of the figures. Mac Chen decided that if his method worked, he would write a new history of the eternal world. It was already dark. Our hero walked carefully through the twilight forest and thought about the options. Option 1. Attack the houses, starting with the closest one. And there is no need to say how dangerous it is, even if you call Karuna for help. This option is clearly a losing one. Option 2. Wait until night. A good suggestion and could work, but not when he's alone. So the snowman decided to choose the third option. Look around and gather more information. From previous games, he knew that the exile lived somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. He needed to find him quickly. With his help, our hero hoped to get more information necessary to complete this adventure. There are only 5 peaks in these mountains. On one of them, the highest, lives the Stonefang tribe. The other 4 are occupied by other creatures, but that doesn't mean their enemies are in a good position. It's just that the peaks were occupied by different supporting characters, and this plays an important role in the adventure of the 5 brothers. The exile was the hidden key to the passage, and he must be urgently found in this forest. He was once exiled from his native tribe. It was said among the players that he was hiding somewhere at the foot of the lowest peak. That's where Mac Chen headed. Intuition told me that the exile was somewhere very close, but he was very cautious and timid. Suddenly, Mac Chen heard the sound of small bells. There was a rope stretched between the trees with tiny bells attached to it. The bells were small, but the sound was loud, a kind of signaling system. They were enchanted to warn of intruders, which meant the exile was close at hand. The snowman called out to the exile. A rustling sound and a voice came from the bushes nearby. The snowman was asked who he was and what he was doing here. The exile threateningly warned him not to come any closer. Mac Chen greeted him and calmly said that he was not a danger to the exile. A head appeared with sharp fangs jutting forward like a wild boar. It was important for the exile to know who the newcomer was, a troll or a human. Our hero made out in the darkness a hut with a thatched roof and a simple fireplace in front of the entrance. The exile repeated his threat not to come any closer. Mac Chen stopped and said that he had no bad intentions, but the exile did not believe him and decided that he was sent by the Stonefang tribe. The options window reported that the outcast was afraid of him. Options: 1. Intimidate. 2. Justify himself and say that he was lost. 3rd. Ask for help in exterminating the Stonefang tribe. 4. Ask to teach witchcraft. 5. Find out what's wrong with him and ask to talk about it. Perception is needed. Mac Chen hasn't chosen the right option yet. First, he had to find out from the exile why he was talking, but not coming out to him. Maybe there was some problem. The exile demanded to stay away from him. Mac Chen asked him peacefully if he was sick and needed help. He already knew from previous games what the outcast's problem was, but decided to pretend he didn't know. The exile pointed to his hand. It was covered with terrible sores and warts. The wounds were caused by a terrible, incurable disease. The disease was contagious, and so the exile asked to come close to him. The outcast added in despair that he did not want the traveler to see the rest. Mak Chen considered his options. 1. Move away. 2. Scold him. 3. Ask if the illness was caused by poison, needs detoxification. 4th, say he wants to examine and treat, needs medicine. He told the outcast that he wanted to know more about his illness and examine him, and the purpose of the visit was to help. The outcast said that he was crazy and could get infected if he came close. The exile was surprised that a stranger wanted to help him, and he wanted to hear his story for some unknown reason. But our hero stubbornly said that he wanted to hear everything that the exile could and wanted to tell about the illness and his life. The exile bowed his head sadly, as if immersed in his own sorrowful memories. The window reported that the outcast was letting his guard down. Then he finally agreed to talk about everything inside the hut. But he could not guarantee the consequences if the guest got infected. Mak Chen agreed to these terms and followed the exile to his hut. The gods began to comment loudly, in this spirit, like, he's dirty, and that he'll die of illness, so that he shouldn't walk, or at least keep his distance and not touch anything, and so on and so forth, while the two walked to the hut. The hut was quite clean. There were bags of dried herbs and many books. The exile asked if it was strange that he had many books. Our hero replied that he was not particularly surprised. They sat down opposite each other. The exile offered herbal tea. Mak Chen said he would be happy to, but later. First, he would like to hear a story. The outcast said he would tell a little about himself. He hadn't spoken to anyone for so long that he didn't recognize his own voice. It was hard, living as a hermit. He didn't have much to tell. He lived in one of the tribes when a terrible epidemic hit the mountains. It lasted for several generations, and many died. Therefore, the people of the Stone Fang tribe established one rule to completely get rid of the disease. The sick were simply driven away so that they would die alone and not infect anyone. Mak Chen asked the exile if the same had been done to him, but he replied that they had not. It was not he who was expelled, but his mother, when she was pregnant with him and became infected at that time. She begged to be allowed to keep the baby in the tribe when it was born, but was refused. The tribe decided that the baby would spread the disease further. It was very cruel, because at that moment they did not know whether the child would be born sick or healthy. In some ways, they were right. He was born sick. The woman held a grudge against her fellow tribesmen all her life. She wanted it all to disappear. The snowman became curious about what the word all meant. The outcast replied that it was a disease. And the tribe too. And the exile wanted the same thing as his mother. After her death, he began to read many books to learn as much as possible about epidemic diseases. He used witchcraft to learn human language. The exile learned that the disease could be cured if the right ingredients were available. He would need the corpse finger fungus, which could be found in these mountains. He tried to find it, but he couldn't, our hero realized. The outcast replied that the problem was in his bones. Because of the disease, his bones had become diseased, and he would not even be able to climb the mountains. Mak Chen said he would go to the mountains in his place and find the mushroom. The exile was surprised that the stranger was willing to risk his life for him. The snowman explained that they had one common goal. They just needed to gather more information about the Stonefang tribe, its leaders, and the trolls. He thought he could put together a better story and save this troll. And Mak Chen offered the exile a small deal. Thus began a hidden adventure called Abandoned. The exile bowed at Mak Chen's feet and promised that if he could really get the mushroom, he would in turn help in any way he could. Adventure 2.1 Abandoned. Many creatures with a hard fate live in the Rocky Mountains. Some of them were expelled from the Stonefang tribe due to illness. The snowman met one of these outcasts. After much research, it turned out that the disease is curable. But you need a cadaveric finger mushroom that grows on one of the mountain peaks. The hero's mission is to find and bring the mushroom. Time left is 10:59. But the abandoned quest stood out. It can help get an assistant for the playing figure. The assistants help the figures in proportion to the trust that has been built between them. The exile is one of the high-level assistants. This was important. In such adventures, every second counts, and our hero rushed off at full speed. Time is not a pity for such a quest. Mac Chen knew that if he could get an assistant, the main task would be solved. This was his strategy. The sun was mercilessly blazing and the air was so dry that it was hard to breathe. The airways were burning with every breath. There were no plants or signs of life in this hot land. He wondered where he could find this mushroom. The gods were excitedly discussing Snowman's new quest. He would die anyway, if not from thirst, then from illness. But many did not want him to die now. It was more interesting to watch. For them, his adventures were some kind of entertainment, and the show must go on. The rest of the group had already lost to the weakest god. And this one would die too. Gods pity the unlucky player. He had such a good understanding of the choices, excellent gaming skills. But he will die like a lonely jackal in the waterless mountains. Sad. Mac Chen's perception activated. It was his basic skill, like figures. The window said that this mountain was similar to the peak that the abandoned one mentioned. There were no traces of the mushroom. Options: 1. Wait. 2. Search the area. 3. Return. 4. Check everything around. Mac Chen sat down tiredly. The gods decided that he had run out of steam and given up. This was the end of the whole journey and adventure. But our hero did not sit down for this. He remembered his very first figure, which he created for the first time, finding himself at the gaming table. His very first adventure in the world of eternity. He saw himself in 3 images at once: an orphan boy, an adult snowman player, and the first figure in a cloak and hat. Then, 17 years ago, he was, it seems, a magician. And he immediately ran to the peak, because he was excited by the quest of the abandoned. Then he flipped through the options and settled on one. It was an option to search the area. He didn't know then that the dream would be repeated for many years to come. So he hurried as fast as he could, as if it were his first and last game. Then he neglected caution. At that time, he did not understand at all how the figures were controlled, and he lost. The cause of death of the first figure is a fall from a cliff due to carelessness, and he was then looking for a mushroom for the abandoned. It's absurd, but in life, this often happens. He was a mage then, and a mage often lacks strength and dexterity. He is not suited to search for something in such places. With such a class, one does not live long in such a dangerous zone. He made the wrong choice that time, and because of that mistake, the figure died. Her adventures ended there. It was a real shock for Snowman Mac Chen at the time. Even after so many years, he still remembered that first traumatic event well. But so well that he remembered the first game in detail. Now it was time to repeat, correct the mistakes, and achieve success. Suddenly, Mac Chen clearly heard a strange sound, as if something was breaking through the stone. A strange thing appeared from the rock, either a branch or a shoot. It was hard to tell. The gods also actively commented on the crap that appeared. We remember that Mac Chen carefully studied the records and history of each quest, and the abandoned quest in particular. The quest item is the corpse finger mushroom. This mushroom breaks through the rock in the twilight hours, but it is difficult to get it from the steep cliff. Then, being a magician, he climbed for it and fell. It will not be possible to get it like that. But now, Mac Chen had the status of Shadow Summoner, and he summoned his Shadow Hand. Shadow Hand is a basic Shadow Summoner skill that creates hands with little physical strength. The effect is simple, but very useful in many situations. He had no experience moving the Shadow Hands yet, and he doubted he could use them fully. It was hard the first time. He needed to practice on objects. The gods discussed how the Shadow Hand was very difficult to control, and even more difficult to do anything with it purposefully. But from the outside, it looked funny, like prosthetics. Lol. Meanwhile, Mak Chen tried to grab the mushroom on the rock with his shadow hands, but his hands wouldn't obey him, and he couldn't do anything consciously with them. But he had to. Our hero ordered himself to concentrate and finish the attempt. With a mental effort, he carefully directed his hands to grasp the mushroom and take it out. He imagined himself holding an egg. The shadow hands were long, like whips, and more like dry tree branches. He mentally commanded them to reach, to grasp, to squeeze, to pull out. Finally, the snowman succeeded. The mushroom was pulled out. The goal of the quest was achieved. But among the dry branches on the rock, our hero noticed a strange, shiny object. He couldn't tell if he was imagining it or if there was something there. He had to activate perception to figure it out. The options window reported that this is a hidden quest, the Hours Without a Master. Adventure 2.2. Another sub-quest. Our hero was surprised. The pocket watch was lost on the lowest peak of the Rocky Mountains in a strange place. Judging by the eagle symbol on the case, it may be an object with its own history. Perhaps someone will recognize them in the city of Kongori. The mission is to find the owner. Time is not limited. If you look closely, you can actually see that there is a clock hanging on the branch. And he called the shadow hands again. But he could move them much more confidently now. And it was much easier to remove the watch than to pull the mushroom out of the rock. The gods watched Mak Chen's new adventures with interest. But what kind of watch it was, even they didn't know. It was more difficult to grab them, as the watch was small and hung on a chain. It took him a while to get it. Meanwhile, while our hero was coping with difficult tasks, the exiled one lit a fire in front of his hut. He was overcome by very sad thoughts. Looking at the flames, he wondered if it was possible to trust a person at all. He was not a dreamer, and always rejected senseless hope. He remembered his dying mother with longing. She repeated the same thing in her delirium. His mother stretched out her ugly hand towards him and hissed that everyone should disappear. She did not want to see anyone. The disease had not only disfigured her body, but also deprived her of her mind. She hated this ugly flesh, these bastards of the Stonefang tribe, and her own ruined life. Her soul thirsted for revenge. In agony, the mother repeated that everyone must disappear, and he, Mael, her only and beloved son, must disappear too. He didn't expect the disease to go away on its own, and he decided to look for a cure. It can't be that there isn't one. Mael read the books of the people who were killed by the Stonefang tribe. At first, it was difficult to understand anything, but Mael was persistent, and with the help of magic and a book of spells, he mastered the language. The more he studied, the closer he was to salvation. But the disease inexorably destroyed his body and hampered his movements. He needed to make the medicine quickly before the symptoms got worse. He collected most of the necessary ingredients needed to create the medicine. But finding a mushroom that grows on a mountain peak was physically beyond his capabilities. Was it the best choice to ask for help from the first person he met on his way? The exile did not know. All he could do was wait. In his heavy thoughts, Mael could not find an answer. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard nearby. The exiled one went in that direction. He did not know whether the man had returned or whether it was someone from the tribe. The snowman came out of the darkness to the fire. His face was already disfigured by the same disease. He told Mael that he had found and obtained the mushroom he needed, but he himself felt a strong pain throughout his body. It seemed that he had become infected after all. And with these words, he handed the mushroom to the outcast. Mael stood there and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tears blurred his eyes. He had waited so long for this day. It was a pity that his mother hadn't lived to see it. He bowed down, sobbing, before the man who had brought him salvation and deliverance, not only from illness, but also from loneliness. Mael wanted to know the name of his savior. Mak Chen introduced himself to the outcast as Snowman. The exiled one said that his name was Mael. It means child of the star. He carefully took the precious mushroom in his hands and promised the snowman that he would help him with everything in his power. He also said that he would never forget the help that Sir Snowman gave him. The options window reported that the adventure was complete. The abandoned one was saved. In gratitude, Mac Chen would receive help. The previously incurable rotten branch disease has been cured. The hero's stamina has increased by 2 points. The abandoned one was also instantly cured. His whole body was cleansed from the outside and from the inside. He was healthy and strong again, like in his youth. Mael wanted to be useful to the snowman too. The options window showed what you could ask him for. 1. Help in destroying the Stonefang tribe. 2. If it doesn't work head-on, destroy the tribe from within. 3. Teach witchcraft to gain the shaman profession. 4. Unite all the outcasts to defeat the Stonefang tribe. Mael listened to the options. Together they thought. The head-on approach would not work, since the rest of the group had been destroyed. The conditions for the third and fourth were not met. The only option left was to destroy the tribe from within. And for this, Mael had one idea, and they went to the tribe. There were fierce guards at the gate. Mael told Mac Chen that today was the best time to carry out his plan, because the tribe is celebrating the Harvest Festival. They are holding it in honor of Tancred, the Earth Dragon, their idol, and there is a rule that no one can break on this day. Exactly at midnight, all members of the tribe drink the blood of wild animals from a huge cauldron. Everyone must participate. Mael suggested mixing the potion into the cauldron. It would help a lot. The snowman was worried that the tribe members would do something bad to Mael himself. He replied that he wanted to fulfill his mother's last will and destroy the tribe. Mael grinned slyly. Of course, he was sure that his own disappearance would not happen anytime soon. Mael was just beginning to truly live. Adventure 2.3. Suppressed Revenge. Mael is a troll who was banished in his mother's womb. He always dreamed of taking revenge on his relatives. Mission: dilute the blood in the cauldron with a potion. The goal is to weaken the tribe members before midnight. Time left is 2:48. After that, Mael left, and the old hut disappeared in flames. He burned the remains of his entire life. He took with him only medicine for the disease and a book with many empty pages. The snowman asked him what kind of book it was. Mael said he always dreamed of becoming an archaeologist. The world is huge, and there are many interesting things and secrets hidden everywhere. He intends to travel and keep records. The exile addressed the snowman with gratitude and parting words. He wished his savior to punish the barbarian tribe with the help of the Star of Reason. The window of opportunity reported that Mac Chen received help from Mael. Mael is a character of the hero class. The assistant can appear in any adventure. Help will be provided regardless of their proximity. Mac Chen received the title Attractive Creature and the achievement Lonely to be Alone. Mac Chen thought that all this was not bad. In the long run, it would be useful, and the title they gave him was so cool. But it was time to start acting. Time was running out. Mael gave Snowman 2 types of potion. The first is the Elixir of Disguise. Rank is unusual. Turns you into a stupid troll for 1 day. You won't be recognized unless you attract a lot of attention. The second is the Elixir of Madness. The rank is unusual. After a certain time, the user will feel ferocity. The potion must be poured into the cauldron. Only an experienced shaman will understand the effect, and Mac Chen drank the first potion. He was afraid of becoming a stupid troll, but the mission required it. His body immediately began to undergo a painful transformation. His bones cracked, and everything grew in size. Disgusting fangs emerged from his mouth. At some point, he seemed to lose himself. His body became completely alien and unfamiliar. He turned into a troll with huge fangs. Having settled into his new body, Snowman went to the gates of the Stonefang tribe. He was heard by 2 guards standing guard at the gate. The guards told him rudely not to hang around outside the fence. Every member of the tribe had to be at the festival, and he couldn't leave the village until the festival was over. Our hero pretended to be a fool and told the guards that he had overslept and had now come to join the others. The window reported that the snowman had taken the elixir of disguise and turned into a stupid troll for a day. For a day, he got the language of the trolls and their voodoo. It was very convenient. He passed the guards. Now all that was left was to find the cauldron and pour the potion into it. The boiler must be somewhere inside. Chap! Chap! He trudged with his bare troll paws up the stairs into the tower. The Stonefang tribe lives on the peaks and is divided into 5 clans. They only come together for important reasons. The rest of the time, they live separately and even fight. That is why the tribe was governed by 5 leaders. General issues were decided at a meeting of shamans, who were representatives of their part of the tribe. But the leaders of the current generation were constantly having problems. The tribe was declining due to lack of ability. While they were in this state, it would be easiest to attack and destroy them all. There was no one to cherish here. He finally got there and looked around. He saw a huge cauldron on the fire. It seemed to be the right one. The fire was guarded by several trolls. The snowman took a bottle of potion out of his bag. It's time to act. He approached the guards standing guard over the cauldron and told them that he had brought blood for sacrifice. They said that it was late, and the brew in the cauldron was ready. The snowman explained guiltily that he was a little late for the start, but he really wanted the blood of the animals he killed to end up in the common pot. The guards said that there was enough blood in the cauldron, and that he should get lost with his bottle. But the snowman screamed in despair that it was Whitehorn's blood. Arago! The guards knew that Arago was a very rare animal and offered Snowman to give them a bottle of blood so that they could pass it on to whoever needed it. Our hero bowed in gratitude and handed over the potion. He knew that the Stonefang tribe believed that they could gain Tancred's blessing if they made a worthy sacrifice, and the blood of the white Arago was very rare in these mountains. The guard bowed and presented the bottle to Moraga, one of the chieftains. He said it was the blood of a white-horned Arago and that she was sacrificed by a troll. Moraga took the bottle, uncorked it, and sniffed it. The chieftain thought it was really blood and ordered the guards to add it to the cauldron. They could not recognize the potion because Mael had disguised it as blood. Mael's heroic rank was not just for show. His knowledge and skills were unique, and the guard poured the potion into the common cauldron. The elixir of madness was added to the festival cauldron. Anyone who drinks it will be overcome with mad ferocity. It's almost midnight. Now it's time for it all to begin. Everyone present is ordered to raise their cups. One of the shamans proclaimed that all the grace was sent to them by the earth, blood, flesh, and even the loot. He proposed a toast, drink together, and then flood the land with new blood. The chieftain said that this was the way to Lord Tancred. Bloodshed was the way of this wild tribe of trolls. The snowman looked at the enraged people present and wondered if all the trolls had gathered here today. He really hoped that it was so. He didn't understand what was the reason why a disunited tribe still held together, even though they were fighting among themselves. The reason was one character. Mael warned about him. He was the one who destroyed all the previous shamans, a being born with the power of the mountains. It was the chief of the tribe, the powerful Jamad, the wisest and most powerful troll in the history of the Stonefang tribe. The harvest festival is almost over. All the trolls have drunk the blood mixed with the elixir of madness, including the leaders. Our hero watched them carefully. The strength of the effect may vary depending on the strength of the troll. But after an hour, everyone will be overcome with madness. It was time for the snowman to leave before he was burned, but unexpected circumstances could interfere with the plan. Our hero hoped that tonight the Stonefang tribe would disappear forever. The night was quiet and moonlit. Mac Chen was looking for where the tribe's treasures might be. He finally tracked down where the tribe kept their treasures. There were armed guards at the gate of the warehouse. Mac Chen did not know what exactly was stored in this warehouse, but there must have been something. Our hero from previous releases knew that the tribe kept all the loot in this place, and the guards were not connected to any of the clans. The guards looked very impressive. Of course, not as much as the leaders, but still very strong. The trolls, meanwhile, began to feel the changes, but they couldn't understand what was happening. Their eyes were filled with ferocity, and their bodies with belligerence. They wanted only one thing: to kill indiscriminately. The trolls no longer cared whose blood was shed, as long as they paid tribute to Lord Tancred. Everyone wanted to shed as much blood as possible. Mac Chen summoned the shadow of Karuna. He hoped to use it to deal with the tribe quickly. Karuna was regularly cutting down trolls with his moon sword, and despite the fact that his strength was only 20% of its original, our hero called Karuna to go inside the vault. Inside they saw large vessels and chests. There was a troll sitting by the door. He hoarsely said that something was wrong with his body. He told those who had entered to get away. And they told Jamad that something strange was happening in the tribe. His blood-clouded vision made out a tall figure approaching with a glowing sword. He realized that it was not a troll. The guard demanded to know what he wanted there and who he was. The fight between Moon Knight and the troll began. But the troll was no match for the Moon Knight, even though he was weakened. He tried to dodge the lightsaber quite well and succeeded for a while. The troll shouted with hatred at the attacker that he would expose him anyway. And at that very moment he was pierced in the neck with a sword. Knight Karuna stood over his fallen foe, clutching his sword. He regretted that he no longer possessed his legendary strength. Mac Chen looked at the sad Karuna and realized that although he was strong, he was much weaker than he originally was. Previously, only one blow was enough. He told Karuna that unfortunately, nothing could be done about it for now. For defeating the guards of the Stonefang tribe's treasury, he received the stone key. Our hero approached the door and inserted the stone key into the keyhole of the huge lock. But the window offered options. 1. Open the doors of the treasury. 2. Take the key with you. 3. Read the spell engraved on the key. 4. Try to make a copy. 5. Hide next to the door. There were many choices, but he already knew what was behind that door. Behind the door was a gift from the Earth Dragon Tancred to the tribe that served him. These were the stone fists, a pair of gauntlets made from his scales. The gloves gave the power to break stones with their hands and increased the power of spells. But the price of receiving this gift was countless battles for the right to possess them. This also applied to fights within the tribe. To avoid conflicts, one of the ancestors gathered all the shamans together and bound them with the brotherly curse. That's the setup for the second adventure. And while it's called 5 Friendly Brothers, in fact, they want to kill each other, but they just can't. So the snowman decided to take the key, but not touch the gloves. This will be enough for his task. When the tribe falls into chaos because of the elixir, the 5 brothers will definitely run to the treasury. They will want to check if their dragon's gift, their sacred relic, is still there, because they are afraid that the stone fists may end up in someone else's hands. Having run to the treasury, the leaders saw that the guards were killed. They cried out that this damn gate had to be broken down, and they began to destroy with all their might. Having cleared their entrance, they saw that the coveted gloves were in place. The gloves were on a pedestal and shone with a fiery light. Then they didn't understand what had happened here, who had killed the guards, and, most importantly, why. One said that there was definitely a traitor among them, and the trolls began to look at each other suspiciously. They ran together to the treasury, so they began to suspect Jamad. One of the brothers cried out that Jamad had decided to take advantage of the chaos and take the gloves. They shouted at him that he wanted to destroy the 5 brothers and rule alone. Jamad replied that they were fools and had forgotten that they were all bound by the brotherly curse. Some of them wanted to kill Jamad on the spot, but others said that now was not the time to behave like that, while chaos and bloodshed were happening in the tribe. It was necessary to calm the tribe since the gloves were in place. But they threatened Jamad that they understood his vile ambitions and promised to return to the question of his betrayal later. But if Jamad acts abruptly, the entire tribe will turn against him. They decided that the treasure would be guarded by those who had not gone mad with madness until a new door was built, and anyone who tried to take the gloves would be killed on the spot. Jamad glared at them. He stood and looked at the gloves, shining in their magnificence and power, and he thought about what had happened to the tribe. For some reason, the trolls were overcome with mad anger and began to cut each other like crazy. Their home was completely destroyed. But first, he had to deal with the anger that was overwhelming him, and then with everything else. He felt that there was someone in the dungeon. Jamad asked if there was anyone there. The window informed Mak Chen that the shaman of Magate's land had recognized his true game. The effect of the elixir of disguise was interrupted. The potion changes the body back, but the troll language remains his permanent skill. Our hero was prepared for this turn of events, but did not expect to be exposed so quickly. He looked at the troll and thought that although he was the weakest of the brothers, he was still the leader. The gates were destroyed, and the seeds of discord between them were planted. The troll screamed in rage that he had been exposed and that he had created the chaos. He couldn't believe his eyes that this pathetic little man had destroyed an entire fierce tribe. Mak Chen quietly called upon Karuna and ordered him to kill the troll. Karuna drew his moon sword and began to strike his opponent. First, he knocked the weapon out of his hands. Then he raised his sword for the decisive blow. The troll cried out that his brothers would definitely avenge his death. An unpleasant notification from the window arrived. Earth Shaman Magathe leaves a grudge against the snowman. You are inflicted with lethargy. Strength and dexterity are reduced by 50% for a week. Experience points gained. Snowman defeated Earth Shaman Magate. This is how the curse of resentment works. It is cast on the Shadow Summoner, although he killed Karan. But a Shadow Summoner relies on more than just strength and agility, so Magathe's curse won't affect him much. A notification has arrived that the adventure has ended. One of the 5 brothers has been killed. Either the time must expire completely, or the reward must be collected. There was still time. The snowman took the torch in his hands and ordered Karuna to follow him. Flames engulfed everything around the fallen troll. The snowman said he thought the brothers wouldn't have time for revenge. Meanwhile, the slaughter in the Stonefang tribe continued. Someone was shouting for everyone to come to their senses and stop, but the leaders were powerless to prevent madness. The sight and smell of blood literally made those who remained go wild. Suddenly, the remaining chiefs saw that the leaders' barracks were in flames, and the leader of the Maggot land was not among them. They ran to the Stonefang tribe's shaman assembly hall. 3 of the brothers ran there. They screamed terribly and called for Jamad. He sat calmly in the middle of the hall with his back to them. He calmly turned to his brothers and greeted them. Meanwhile, our hero left the festival in time and found an empty hut, where he began to cook food for himself. He decided that the rest would be done for him by his brothers in their internecine struggle. The gods, watching everything, decided once again that the guy was a little crazy. The gods decided that this was a really abrupt change of genre. But they forgot that cooking was the hero's innate talent, which he decided to use now. Mak Chen took out the moon seed he had obtained in the previous quest. It was a mysterious ingredient and could be used in various ways. He threw the seed into the cooking food. Mak Chen knew what he was doing and was as calm as a boa constrictor. Moon seed has different effects, but they can be divided into 2 categories: either an increase in attribute points or a temporary acquisition of skills. Our hero would have chosen attribute points in another situation, but not now. For the last battle, he needed a temporary skill. To activate the seed, it had to be processed and added to freshly prepared food, which is what he was doing now. The window of opportunity told him that the dish was ready. Fried vegetables mixed with moon seed. Willpower increases by 1. He will receive the recipe for the dishes he meets. He remembered the recipe well enough to prepare the dish. He thought the flavor was weak, but there weren't enough spices to enhance it. In such chaos, finding a surviving house was a real miracle. Finally, our hero ate his fill and rested. The special effect of the moon seed was activated. He gained the moon phase skill for a day. This was all the preparation he could make under these circumstances. Moon phase is a wide area magic that buffs those with the moon attribute and debuffs others. He thought that if the brothers heard the news and gathered to vent their anger, that would be the end. The brothers told Jamad to choose his words carefully because they suspected him. And they demanded that he confess everything. They suspected that he had taken advantage of the chaos and killed Magatha. Jamad was saddened to learn of Magate's death, and now Jamad realized that an external enemy had infiltrated the tribe. Remembering the brutal faces of his fellow tribesmen, he guessed that it was because of the blood that everyone had recently drunk. Someone mixed a mysterious potion into the blood so that the entire tribe would fall into a mad rage. Then someone attacked the treasury and killed the guards, and also took the key to it. Magate out of the game and set the treasury on fire. Looking at the stupid faces of his brothers, he finally realized that they would not have been able to come up with something like this, much less pull it off. And they, in turn, thought that only he, Jamad, was capable of such a thing. Therefore, the brothers accused him, the smartest and most powerful leader, of treason. The brothers saw the glittering stone fists in Jamad's hands. Jamad took them anyway. They screamed that he had caused carnage and chaos in the tribe specifically to take away the gloves, and they threatened that his death would be slow and painful. Jamad glared angrily and, holding out his sparkling gloves, brazenly said that that was it, and that he had set it all up. Jamad had already decided everything for himself. One of the brothers shouted that Jamad's strength did not match his arrogance, and that the curse did not go away just because he killed his ancestors. Their patience ran out, and they decided to eliminate Jamad. They believed that this bastard wanted to destroy the entire tribe with the help of gloves. Jamad was already powerful and very strong, but in gloves, he looked very frightening and sinister, and he called upon all his power and the capabilities of the gloves to help. Jamad began to swing his stone fists around himself. He literally smashed everything around him like a powerful sledgehammer. The brothers were amazed by such elemental force. "Strike!" And one of the brothers named Miyam was killed outright. The hooded brother was shocked by Miyama's death, but Jamad didn't take one thing into account. The mud shaman Miyam left a grudge against Jamad, and he gets a lung disease. The time for preparing spells increases by a week. Jamad turned to the remaining two. He said that he understood why they had attacked him. They were jealous of his power and strength and were waiting for the moment to gain the position of tribal leader, and he moved furiously towards them. These trolls decided to fight for power to the end, despite the fact that the tribe practically no longer existed. True madness. The brothers cried out that he should not rely on the power of the gloves alone. It was not a power that one shaman could handle. But Jamad had already lost control of himself. He didn't care about the fate of his people. His wild instincts took over his reason. He cried out with a wild cry to Mother Earth and Lord Tancred. If the mountains were to be drenched in the blood of his people, then so be it. And Chief Jamad rushed again at the remaining brothers. It was a fight to the death. There was no return to the past. Only mad, blind hatred and crazy rage moved them, but only the weakest will shed blood. The next to be defeated was the gravel shaman Trogo, and he too leaves Jamad with a grudge. Jamad feels dizzy. The sense of distance is distorted. The defense is weakened. The brother accused Jamad of madness and immediately received a fatal blow from the stone glove in response. The throne stone shaman has fallen and left Jamad with a grudge. He gets a heart condition and will fall constantly for a week without recovering. Jamad looked at his fallen brothers without a trace of remorse or regret. To him, they were irritating pieces of bloody shit. Now, only he is the leader. Suddenly, Jamad saw a figure approaching him. In the stranger's hand, a sharp sword shimmered in the silver moonlight. Jamad instinctively sensed danger. Karuna just swung his sword and beams of light, like a blade, cut through space. Jamad grinned. He didn't know the power of the moon sword, and he wasn't afraid of this long-eared elf at all. Behind Karuna stood our hero, the snowman. Mak Chen seriously told the troll that it was not good to kill your brothers. Strength is always in unity. Jamad realized who was behind today's events. This man is the cause of all the misfortunes. Karuna was under the influence of moonlight at that moment. Moon energy charges faster. The troll was glad that he figured out that his fellow tribesmen did not have the brains for such actions, and that the Bacchanalia was arranged by the aliens. Their motives were unknown to him. Jamad asked if they wanted to take over these mountains and take away his leadership of the tribe. He hoped that the strangers would not encroach on his power in these mountains. After all, they were not trolls. Perhaps he could even negotiate or buy them off. The snowman looked at him silently. How to explain to this troll that his mission was much more important and global, and that he, Jamad, was just an episode on his path. But Jamad knew only blunt force, and he said that if the stranger wanted to own the mountains, then let him come and take them. Karuna drew his moonlit sword and prepared to fight. Mak Chen watched the fight and realized that the opponents were almost equal in strength. The troll's strength should not be underestimated. He was a legend in these rocky mountains. Jamad used the power of the stone fists, but after fighting with his brothers, he was very tired. The snowman hoped that Karuna would cope. Of course, in the old days, he would have dealt with it with one hand. But what is, thank God, that at least this way he can help. Jamad laughed and shouted at Karuna that he was wrong to think that climbing the mountain was an easy walk. Karuna was also exhausted by the tiring battle, and his strength was melting away before his eyes. He began to make mistakes, and at some point slipped, his bones cracking from the recoil of the shadow summon. Mak Chen was worried whether 20% of the moon sword's power would be enough. Jamad should have been weakened by the brothers' grievances, but so far, this was not evident. But the Moon Knight Karuna was deflating before our eyes. The troll chieftain shouted that he was the mountain itself, the chieftain of chieftains. He believed that he was the whole world, and the world is at the feet of the great Jamad. Mak Chen understood that now he and Karuna had no chance to turn the situation around. Defeating Jamad is difficult, but possible. The snowman told Karuna not to waste her strength, but to retreat and wait for the right moment. The options window suggested that the troll was going to create an earthquake. Stones rained down from everywhere. This greatly hindered Karuna in the fight. His blades of light collided with obstacles and became greatly weakened. The snowman began to suspect that something was wrong. Stone fists give great power, but have a very painful recoil. Jamad should be falling over from exhaustion by now. Mak Chen knew he was missing something. He saw that the troll seemed to be pumping itself with new strength. Snowman had the feeling that the opponent's gloves did not weaken, but rather strengthened his strength. Jamad screamed and threatened to destroy the invaders. He promised to destroy them and tear them to pieces. He really wanted to sacrifice these scoundrels to Tancred. Karuna was already very weak, and the light power of his moon sword caused almost no losses to the enemy. He looked at Mak Chen helplessly. The snowman was confused and was looking for a way out of the situation. The stone fists have a huge energy consumption. They need to be charged in time. But Jamad's strength only grew. There could only be one reason, and there was no point in denying the obvious. The stone fists were transformed into mountain fists. It was known about the mountain fists that the stone fists would be able to transform into mountain fists if they were filled with earth energy. There was no other information about the item, but the snowman didn't know the reason for this transformation. The attack on brothers strategy hadn't changed in all 17 years of his games. There were no other variables, but the result had changed. From creating chaos as outcast to killing brothers as strongest, which causes him to receive the curse of malice. Snowman in the training games never met Jamad. The difficulty of this adventure is randomly selected depending on who becomes the strongest brother. And that meant only one thing. Jamad was a new variable. The snowman shouted at Karuna to be careful, but he himself fell from the blow of the stone, and for some time he fell into oblivion. He was lying face down and someone's voice was calling him. He saw himself as a little boy. There were figures on the gaming table in front of him. These were memories from the distant past, when the legend of the snowman had not yet been written. At that time, he was the leader, and the game pieces were in danger due to a mistake by one of the group members. One of the players said that they couldn't win, and they had to sacrifice some pieces to save at least someone. At that moment, it was the best option. Then the snowman replied that he didn't want to run away. They had already come so far and put in a lot of effort. The player was very surprised by his answer. After all the other players were not against it. But the snowman objected that he was not talking about the players, but about the figures. After all, the figures tried so hard during the game. How can you just take them and abandon them? The other two players said that it was absurd to feel sorry for the figures. The figures that stop fighting and try to escape will be the first to die. No chance in battle, no way to escape. But the snowman was stubborn and said there had to be a way. There had to be a reason why the snowman figures could perform a miracle. The woman in the mask told the snowman to finally make his choice. This path to miracles was that he always chose to face problems head-on rather than run away from them. He then chose number 3, to stab the giant Zura in the ankle with his sword. The woman doubted that the snowman's attack would be able to save all the companions, and she rolled the dice. The chance was low, but the dice were thrown. He hoped only for a miracle. He was thrown out of the delirium of memories again, into the reality where he and Karuna fought with Jamad. Jamad was aware of his superiority and was prolonging the moment of pleasure when he would finally defeat the aliens and become the sole lord of the mountains. The options window told him that Jamad was going to cause a landslide. The snowman cursed. He didn't realize how long he had been unconscious. And how long will the active phase of the crescent moon Karuna last? The system reported that the moonlight of Karuna is entering the 3rd phase of the full moon. Now is the time. Jamad roared that now the stranger would be crushed by the very power of Tancred. But Karuna was already standing in a fighting stance with his sword full of moon power. Mak Chen activated the moon phase full moon skill bestowed upon him by the moon seed. He did not admit defeat and only hoped for victory. The options window reported that the temporary skill moon phase was used. Mak Chen mobilized all his resources and decided to go to the end. He did not lose and did not intend to lose. He had high hopes for Luna's temporary skill. Jamad activated the skill landslide, so the curtain was raised on the moon stage. There was a decisive battle ahead, and everyone present knew it. Karuna was filled with lunar energy. He stood rooted to the spot and was determined to win. He was the hero of this show. As a result of Jamad's magic, a landslide occurred and rocks began to fall. But Karuna stood motionless like a statue. Jamad was surprised that Karuna was not affected by the rockfall. Karuna's strength was increased by 50%. There must be one hero left on the stage. All other creatures' stats are reduced by 20%. The full moon has risen. Karuna asked Jamad to become humble. He was literally stunned by what was happening. The snowman wished Moon Knight a speedy victory. Karuna replied that he would not let him down this time. This time, the attribute points were enough. The options window notified that Full Moon Slice was growing to complete Moonlight Slice. The troll went into a frontal attack, swinging his stone fists. But the Moonlight Sword was now shining brighter and stronger. The density of the light was very high. Mak Chen felt a strong sense of hope, and the light rays inflicted significant injuries on Jamad. The power of the stone gloves ceased to help him. Jamad realized that he had lost this fight. While he was still alive, he asked the Shadow Summoner to take him with him. Jamad said he couldn't end his journey here. There were things that still needed to be done. And at that moment, Karuna, who had come up from behind, dealt the troll the final crushing blow. The options window reported that Shaman Jamad left a grudge against Snowman. Snowman gets a skin disease. All stats are reduced by 30% for 1 week. All 5 Stonefang brothers are defeated. Snowman is freed from the curse of resentment. Mountain Shaman Jamad is defeated by Snowman. The reward will be upgraded to a sacred relic. The options window reported that the adventure was over. The Snowman received the 5 Evil Brothers achievement and the title, The Devil Who Came at Dawn. Achievement, Bone Athletics. Title, Extraterrestrial. Achievement, Likes Being Alone. And got the title, Loner. All stats increase by 3% between midnight and sunrise. Title, Extraterrestrial. Associated achievement, Bone Athletics. Title, Loner. Feature. Stats increase by 3% when there is no one within 30 meters. The gods, delighted with the Snowman's daring play, donated 200 madness points to him. Karuna has awakened a new skill. Passive ability. Heroism. Achievement, Mountain Reserve. Title, Mountain Cutter, grants 15% more experience for enemies stronger than the user. The impossible has happened. Karuna has gained experience. His powers have been released. The summoned creature has 40% of the original's power. This has never happened before in the history of games. Usually, defeated monsters hate to become shadow. They are torn from the quiet and calm world of death and forced to serve the one who killed and whom they hate. But Jamad himself, before his death, asked to be taken with him as a shadow. Jamad is an unpredictable variable, someone who destroys the initial settings of the world and exceeds expectations. But no one knows if it would be a good idea to take him with them. But the Snowman took a risk and stretched out his hand to the dead Jamad and pronounced the summoning of the shadow. The Snowman felt that he had no choice and that the victory would be incomplete if he left him in these mountains. He felt that he simply needed Jamad's shadow. The Snowman understood that he shouldn't expect nobility of heart from Jamad, and it was unknown how he would behave in the future. But Mac Chen always met the unexpected head-on. Jamad stood up and said that he was going with the Shadow Summoner. When handing over, Jamad copied the stone armor. The Shadow Summoner's rank is too low. The summoned creature gains 32% of the original's power. The high wisdom stat is retained. But first, there was something to do. The bodies of the 4 brothers had to be collected. Jamad called upon his magic. He used magic absorption and took away Magatha's magic. The summoned creature gains 34% of the original. Jamad wanted to use magic absorption. As expected from an unpredictable variable, Jamad also takes away the throne's magic. The summoned creature gains 40% of the original's power. Jamad wanted to be with his brothers at least after death. Jamad wanted this mountain to be hidden inside him forever. Title: None. Class: Hero. Race: Shadow. Talent: Troll language. Level: 3. The remnants of the Stonefang tribe saw black smoke on the mountaintop. They realized that Jamad was dead, and the rest of the brothers too. The Stonefang were finished. The tribesmen realized that they had to flee, and that death was still wandering around these peaks. The Rocky Mountains have been liberated from the Stonefang tribe. The Ice Ruins' secret labyrinth has been opened. The Moving Heavens' secret labyrinth has been opened. The Snowman brought the revolution and achieved much. Big and small changes come to the world of Eternity Pandia. The news of the Snowman's victory over the Stonefang tribe flew around the world. His name is spreading to every corner. Even traders praise the Snowman's achievements. The city of Kongori was freed from the yoke of Stonefang. The inhabitants will long remember the name of the Snowman. The dragon Tancred did not hear the sad news about the death of the tribe. The structure of the world is changing. Now there are new adventures that were not available before. The Snowman knew that the structure of the world changes depending on the player's achievements. That's why the game is never boring. Now it was time to move on to the reward, the sacred relic of the Stone Fang. There was something in the mysterious chest. Even the gods didn't know what was in there. They even made bets. Snowman received the sacred relic, Mountain Fists. He also received the stone mantle. He received the spirit root. He also received 892 gold coins and 277 silver coins. Mountain Fists. Rank, Holy Relic. Magic destruction radius increased by 50%. Rapid bloom. Snowman decided to give them to Jamad. Tyrant Jamad received the Mountain Fists. Stone Robe. Rare rank. Robe of strength and wealth. Features. Increases stamina by 10%. Robe never gets dirty. Spirit root. Specialty. Can be used in many ways. Unknown effect. He decided to brew it when the opportunity arose. The snowman was very pleased with the rewards he received. They will definitely all come in handy in future adventures. With such baggage, it was already more interesting to move forward to new adventures. Suddenly, the world changed, and the snowman found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. And the nation was different. He decided that they looked like Koreans. Mak Chen asked those around him what kind of place this was. But it was as if a movie was playing and no one heard him. Then he was forced to turn to the window of options. Adventure 2. The score ranking is created from the beginning to the 5 friendly brothers. Some new function of the official version. Its information will remain hidden. The score is 327 points. People studied the rank list. Top adventurers, 1. Hidden, 327,600. 2. What's happening, 150,030. 3. Hidden, 137,120. 4. Fire Ant, 110,570. ஐந்தாவது யாவிசேகை 1,04,200. Everyone around was very surprised that someone hidden had 320,000 points. Some barely got 50,000. And in one group, 3 died and couldn't even get 100,000. The stranger must surely understand the situation they were in. Perhaps he hid his name out of guilt. They were calling on the best adventurers to respond. Mak Chen thought that only Koreans had gathered in this place of the variant space. He heard Cordon's voice and remembered how he said that today the unification of the eternal world and the ordinary world would take place. But this clearly went beyond national boundaries. In other words, Koreans shouldn't be the only ones who end up in the eternal world. More like a Korean server. Rest begins. Rest in the safe zone has begun. Rest first. Free City Kongori. Kongori, which is located in the south of Pandaya, is famous for its wealth and happy residents. The city has often had problems with the Stonefang tribe, but the situation has been resolved. The adventurers should rest and improve their strength. The remaining time of rest is about 30 days. We need to rest for a whole month. The adventurers tried to determine who among them is hidden. They hoped that the hidden would not abandon them. At the entrance, he was asked for an adventurer's ID. Mak Chen didn't know how to use this thing. When the snowman approached the guard, he asked him to state his name and show his adventurer's ID. Our hero introduced himself as the snowman and showed his adventurer's ID. The guard gestured for them to enter. The rest of the group also decided to go inside with Mak Chen. We decided to discuss all pressing issues tomorrow. From everywhere, there were shouts and requests to get out of the way and not push. A lot of people were placed in this city, and there was not enough space for everyone. The Adventurer's Certificate is an important document that allows you to enter Kongori. There were no problems with the entrance, but the problem is the number of people. Considering that his group died before he arrived, there must be adventurers who got through before the rest. Then there must have been few rooms left. Our hero knocked on the hotel door. Mak Chen said he told the owner who opened the door that he wanted to rent a room. The man asked to see his adventurer's ID. The snowman showed and asked if there were any free rooms. The owner said that there were only expensive ones left. Our hero wanted to rent one room for one person, for a month. The owner was surprised. Some visitors had said the same thing, but then disappeared without a trace. The stay cost 10 gold. The snowman thought that it was really expensive. The owner said that since he was planning to stay for a month anyway, he could offer him food and a bath for just an extra 2 gold. Mak Chen agreed. The owner happily informed that his room would be located on the right side of the upper floor. The owner was very happy to have such a generous and well-mannered client. The room was clean, spacious, and pleasant. The snowman was glad that he could finally get some sleep. Our hero summoned the shadow of Karuna. The snowman asked the knight to guard him while he slept. The moon knight promised to guard the master tirelessly, and our hero fell fast asleep. He hadn't slept for a whole day, since the moment the god in the lightning mask had thrown a noose around his neck. In a day, it felt like he had lived a whole life. But in his dream, he returned to his childhood dream again, to that very same playroom. Everything was there, just like many years ago. The atmosphere was painfully familiar. Why he ended up there again, our hero did not know. After all, he was already in the world of eternity. Again, that familiar feeling of lucid dreaming. It was too dark, and he didn't understand where he was now. Well, at least it wasn't in heaven. That was good. He didn't want to meet those impudent gods again. The options window informed him that his collected madness had attracted the attention of one Janet, a madness merchant. He had never met a madness merchant before. Mak Chen began to wait for the merchant. Strange, stealthy, cautious steps were heard. The merchant turned out to be a woman of unusual appearance. She sniffed and said that it smelled very nice. She was glad that she had found the snowman first and was ahead of the others. The woman looked very extravagant. She was wearing a short kimono. Her legs were long and slender. On her head was a mask with horns. The snowman wanted to know her name and asked her about it, but she only laughed in response and said that she knew his name was Man. He thought that a person is not a name. But it didn't matter now. Let him call it what he wants. The stranger said that she would be considered a bad merchant if she scared away her customers. She bowed and said she was glad to meet him. She introduced herself as a merchant who acts as a mediator in the merging of worlds. Her name is Janet. Of course, our hero did not understand the role and functions of the mediator between the worlds. Janet thoughtfully said that this is why it is so difficult to work with those who have been sold. Mak Chen didn't know until that moment that he had been sold. She replied that it wasn't just him, but all the people. And she told Snowman that their master had sold the inhabitants by merging the worlds, sold to the inhabitants of other worlds. They were probably watching everything and dying laughing. It was some kind of complete absurdity. Or Janet was stoned on her pipe. In other words, people were sold as gladiators or slaves in the arena, and the audience pays with madness for a good show. Madness is the opposite force to faith. They set all worlds in motion. Janet was a trader who traded collected madness for items. Part of her share went as a commission to those who sold everyone. Mak Chen understood everything. Then Cordon's words, which were initially incomprehensible, acquired a new meaning. The gods get madness by selling humanity and the inhabitants of Pandia, and they also show an interesting spectacle to the inhabitants of other worlds, to collect madness from them. Now the system has become completely clear. To escape from this hell, there is only one option: ascension. Judging by Janet's visit, our hero has accumulated some amount of madness. Janet reported with a smile that there are quite a lot of points, and there is something to bargain about. 3,000 madness points. That's how much he had collected. Mak Chen wondered if that was a lot or not. She replied that it was an average amount, but by human standards it was huge. In addition, at that time he was the absolute leader in insanity points. She told him that the man in the second place had been hot on the snowman's heels, but he had died in a recent adventure. Such a pity. And she suggested they move on to shopping. The snowman asked what he could do with his points. Janet showed him the options. There were so many items available. He didn't know what to choose. So many that it can give you a headache from the difficult choice. And he decided not to bother, and quickly chose vessels for spices and a bag for fresh ingredients. A vessel for seasonings. Rank unusual. Feature: can store a large number of seasonings, can only store basic seasonings. Bag for fresh ingredients. Unusual rank. Feature: products in it do not spoil or rot. Large volume. You can set different temperatures. Janet said his choice was unusual and very unexpected. It was strange to her that nothing else caught her attention. The snowman said he liked to cook. Janet said his words were tearing her pride apart, and she suggested something interesting. Janet handed him the shadow flower. Shadow flower. Rank: rare. Grows all over Plagaria, but you may not encounter one in your entire life. Allows you to use Shadow Summon on a target once, which is much stronger than Summoner. The Summoner's level is temporarily increased by 10, but if the gap is still more than 10, the summon will fail. Janet said Mac Chen must have a hard time understanding the value of the item. She doesn't usually offer it to first-time buyers. Mac Chen asked what he did that made her offer him the Shadow Flower. Janet replied that she would sell him the item for 3,000 madness points. He understood its value, of course, but this was too much. Janet scolded him for being stingy and said that he had enough money. The snowman was not familiar with prices and did not know the current rate of madness on the market. The merchant was clearly aiming to sell him the Shadow Flower. She offered to take it, and she would give him the cooking devices as a bonus. They cost about 600. The saleswoman was as cunning as a gypsy at the market, and added that she would give it as a gift in exchange for a promise to make deals only with her next time. She said that they must meet again at any cost. The snowman agreed not to deal with other madness merchants. He was indifferent to this point. If a woman wants something, she must be given it, otherwise she will take it herself. The deal was made, and she left, promising to bring good things. She really hoped that he would stay alive. So, Mac Chen received the Shadow Flower, a cooler bag, and a spice jar to boot. When he woke up, the things from the dream that the merchant had sold him were lying by the bed. But he was no longer surprised by anything. He thought that madness was an interesting thing. If something can't be avoided, you have to make the most of it. While he was on a month's vacation, some things needed to be completed. First, invest saved points into skills. Second, check the next adventure. Third, check the mood of other players. Fourth, complete the task related to the pocket watch. He knew nothing about this watch and could not remember any information. His memories periodically disappeared. It is also necessary to find out what is wrong with the memory. To him, that he remembered all the information about the adventures from the world of eternity well. But after waking up, he could not remember many details and collect his thoughts. He didn't remember how some adventures started, what choices there would be, and what their outcome would be. The snowman had an excellent memory. Why this happens will have to be figured out. Apparently, for now, it was necessary to act more carefully. Meanwhile, the assembled players discussed humanity's biggest problem and discussed the government's incomprehensible preoccupation. In general, they did not know where they were now and how the government could find them. Everyone was a little scared. These adventurers clearly did not look like successful players. Our hero decided to talk to those present, but they were making noise and not paying any attention to him, as if he, Mac Chen, was an empty space. There was a man standing on the pedestal, addressing the adventurers with appeals. He told them that now everyone needed to unite for a common goal. They doubted the wisdom of uniting because many of them would soon die anyway. Mac Chen activated perception. The first thing he did was level up public speaking, which had never been his strong point. The crowd did not want to listen to the speaker. They did not understand why he was proposing to unite. Some kind of balance was needed. It was a meaningless proposal. The speaker said that it was not by chance that he had invited them here. Everyone knows, he explained, that the first place in the ranking is hidden. Nobody knew the leader's name. Next to the speaker stood an impressive-looking muscle man. At first glance, he looked like a superhero. The crowd thought that this was the person who had earned the most points, but no one knew for sure whether it was him or not. The speaker used this to lure people into his net. Mac Chen looked and thought that these people were hardly reliable and he could not rely on them in such an important matter. He decided to act alone. The speaker continued that he would let everyone make a choice and that now they should rely on force, not on gods or friendship. Or do they doubt that this is the most reliable person? People were already ready to believe his words and asked what they should do. The speaker smiled slyly. It was the leader of the Justice Guild. He declared that he was going to create a community, an organization where people would protect each other, and he invited people to join them. The snowman thought that others had probably formed such groups too. At first, they would protect each other, but it would not last long, and everyone would start to feel selfish. Mak Chen was a loner by nature and was not used to trusting anyone. To be honest, he didn't care about this crowd. He was well acquainted with indifference and mistrust. Thanks to life in an orphanage, he realized that no one can be trusted, and everyone is for themselves. He remembered the masked gods. They had spent 17 years together at the gaming table, and they had treated him so meanly. They had betrayed him and wanted him dead. And they had mocked and ridiculed him. He decided that these people could do without him. And he had more important things to do. And he went to the training center of the Seers of Darkness. A man in a dark hooded cloak stood at the entrance. He asked what brought him here. Mak Chen replied that he wanted to take a course in magic. The window of opportunity outlined the options. 1. I want to learn new skills. 2. I want to improve the ones I have. 3. I want to test my strength. 4. Do you have a job for me? Our hero said that he wanted to improve his skills and learn new ones. The man in the hood nodded and invited us to follow him. He led the guest inside the house. The snowman entered the dark room. He walked carefully and attentively. Ahead, he saw something mysteriously glowing. It was the skill tree. Now he knew what the skill tree looked like in reality. He adapted quickly because he was familiar with the system. Improved shadow summoning. 2 skill points used. Successful shadow summoning will be better than usual. If the summoning is successful, the summoned creature will gain 40% of its power. And he decided to first upgrade his most important skill, shadow summoning. 4 points required for next level. Awakening the enhancement of summoned creatures. 1 skill point used. Creature stats increased by 5%. He wanted to continue to improve his summoned creatures, but the points weren't enough. You can't become stronger with a snap of your fingers. He checked his application in the options window. At the moment, considering the leveling, it was not bad. He significantly increased the strength of Karuna and Jamad. And with this, our hero returned to his hotel. There were many people sitting at tables in the hotel lobby. They drank beer and talked about life. One of them said that in real life he was unemployed, but here he became so popular. Being an adventurer is so cool. There were girls among those present. They were talking about some guild. The gods made a bet that the snowman would not join any guild. Mak Chen sat down at the table, took a glass of beer, and took his watch out of his pocket to examine it better. He heard a voice telling him that talking about heavenly matters would attract the attention of the gods. And then they would definitely intervene. According to Corden, if anyone finds out about his source of power and knowledge, he will be destroyed. So he will have to move forward alone. He is used to it. The snowman had not yet found the one who owned the watch or who knew anything about it. This was an important moment for him, but he did not know how to realize his intention. Among those present, he noticed a familiar old man. He was sitting completely alone at the table with a glass of beer in his hand. He looked sad. The old man noticed him too. They looked at each other for a while, as if deciding whether to start a conversation. The old man rose from his chair and walked towards the snowman. He looked with surprise at the watch in our hero's hands. The old man said that he had seen this watch before, but he was not sure if it was them and asked permission to take a closer look. Mak Chen asked if he knew anything about the watch. The old man knew, of course, because he was the one who made them. He invited the snowman to talk at his house in a more relaxed atmosphere. The watchmaker led our hero to a small house. This was where his workshop used to be. He opened the front door with a key and said that this was the best place to talk. It was dark in the house, and the old man lit an oil lamp. He looked around the room, on the walls of which hung many clocks. Nothing had changed since then, the old man said sadly. Mak Chen looked around the workshop with curiosity. He had never been to such a place before. It was interesting to meet a real watchmaker. The old man turned the flame of the lamp brighter and looked into his face. The watchmaker's name was Bill Marcus. He gave us permission to call him just Bill. The snowman had a feeling that he had heard this name somewhere before. And the watchmaker's facial features were also vaguely familiar. And again, there was that strange throbbing pain when he tried to remember details. As if someone or something was blocking his memories. There's a good chance he's already completed this mission, so Bill Marcus seems very familiar to him. The problem is that it's as if his experience from previous games was taken away from him, so his memory is blocked. He told the owner that his name was Snowman. Bill was very surprised, as he had heard this name before. The watchmaker thought it was very strange. Bill asked the snowman to tell him in detail where he found the watch. And our hero told the story of how he went deep into the mountains in search of the necessary plants and saw this clock hanging on a branch right on the rock. He, of course, omitted the rest of the details of the past adventure and was glad that he did not have to lie to this pleasant old man with sad eyes. The watchmaker said that this meant that he had been in the same places as the people important to him. The snowman wondered who he was talking about. Now the master understood what had happened, and he asked to give him the watch. The craftsman said that it was definitely his work, because his name was engraved on the dial. The engraving font was small and difficult to read. The snowman listened attentively to the master's story. He said that 20 years ago he gave this watch to someone. It was about his granddaughter. She was captured by trolls living in the Rocky Mountains. Mak Chen thought that he had gone through a lot of trouble to find out the details. He was curious about what happened next to the watchmaker's granddaughter. The old man said that no one wanted to help his granddaughter. In those days, this place was ruled by free knights, mercenaries, and adventurers. The watchmaker begged everyone for help, but no one wanted to rescue the poor girl. Everyone answered that it was a hopeless case. But then, one brave man appeared who promised to save her. Mak Chen wanted to know who it was. The name of the daredevil was, according to the old man, on the watch. But the snowman did not see any names. The inscription was engraved on the inside of the watch, so he did not notice it. It was engraved there that fortune favors the brave. And the brave young man who volunteered to save his granddaughter was also called Snowman. The watchmaker was amazed that 20 years later, this watch was brought by a man of the same age and with the same name. The old man understood that this was hardly a simple coincidence, and then it dawned on the snowman. Now he remembered everything. Bill, the granddaughter, the watch, and the snowman. They had met before. His first figure was also a snowman, ice mage. So the figures he grew had an impact on the eternal world. It was incredible. Mak Chen said goodbye to the old man, saying that they would meet again, and went to the Information Guild library, which was located in an inconspicuous house. The librarian said that there was only an hour until closing, and that if he needed to find a book, she could help. The snowman said he could handle it himself. The figure's actions were reflected in this place, so it wasn't just a game on the game board, it was all real. If the figure died 20 years ago, then he came 20 years later, and he took a book from the shelf called 10 Years of Memories. These were stories about heroes who changed the world. He began to study the contents carefully. 1. How the Archduke of Ice was born. 2. The connection between the Archduke and the Zodiac. 3. The excavation of the tomb of Emperor Leo, which shocked the entire continent. The strange disappearance of the immortal. 5. The sword that can cut anything. Mak Chen read and couldn't believe his eyes. All of this was done by his heroes. A person can do a lot in his life. 30 figures in these 20 years. Pandey's story without his knowledge. Together with the old master, they came to the cemetery in the quiet forest. His granddaughter was buried there. The body of the granddaughter was not in the grave, but such a place was necessary for the watchmaker to mourn and remember her. The inscription was carved on the tombstone, "To the most beautiful girl in the world." This is a place of memory of her. It doesn't matter if her body is here or not, if he remembers her when he comes to this place. And next to it is the grave of an adventurer with the same name as our hero, Snowman. Now it was possible to return the watch to its rightful owner. A man who was not afraid of difficulties read the gravestone inscription. Mak Chen looked carefully at the grave of his figure. Clutching his watch in his hand, he regretted that he had arrived too late. And he put the watch on the tombstone. Fumble, a term used to describe the worst possible failure. It is also used to describe a roll of the dice where the number 1 comes up. His first hero, Snowman, was killed by this very thing. Perhaps the reason for the memory lapse was due to the psychological trauma he received in the first game. His head was literally bursting into pieces. And the options window reported that the pocket watch was returned to the owner and he received a skill point as a reward. The Snowman sequence opened. Memories were returning. His brain felt like it was exploding. They never disappeared. The memory of the 30 figures fell apart along with them. The fate of the thing that must be returned. The adventure has begun. The window of opportunity announced. Our hero has inherited the Snowman's unfulfilled wishes. The mission is this. He had a mystical experience that made no sense. He learned about a stranger he had never met before. His memories, thoughts, even skills. Memories and things will open up in the face of fate. The goal is to find all the fates. There is no time limit. Seeing his confusion, the master calmed the Snowman. He was already afraid that he would have to dig another grave nearby. The Snowman replied that he was already fine and had come to his senses. The wise watchmaker did not understand what was happening to him, but he promised to help whenever needed. The old man said that he did not promise much, but he could rummage around in the watch, and he suggested that the Snowman return back to the city. They had fulfilled their mission here. The transfer took place in such a place. This word can have many meanings, but in the world of eternity, it means the process of inheriting abilities or things. Just think! Mak Chen is able to inherit the will of the figures he created, transferring the abilities of the deceased. Inherited a lump of greed. The ability does not fit the body. The lump of greed will be passed on to Jamad. Jamad will receive 10% more experience. He obtained the lump of greed temperament when he created the Ice Mage Snowman figure. It's a great ability that greatly accelerates the character's growth. That's why all the gods in that game admired it, and he didn't even understand its value. He thought that the figure would become a real monster. But alas, Snowman died instead, and Mak Chen experienced his first fumble. But his first figure was great, with huge potential, and now the first figure helped him find his destiny. He thanked his first figure, looking at the grave. Traces of the other figures were scattered throughout Pandaea. If he could find them, he would gain some of their abilities. And also, get your memories back. This is a necessary stage for ascension, Corden conveyed to him. 1 month later, Adventurers Association. The adventurers were interested in the main question. Will the government save them? Opinions were divided. Some were sure that it would help. They just had to wait. Others lost faith in salvation. The adventurers were disunited and unsure of how to proceed. Some chose their own adventures. Some relied on the guild. They had heard that some were killing others to take their equipment, so it was better to shut up and go with the guild. Who knows what the young and inexperienced can do? The Snowman decided to focus on survival and the bare minimum. He walked up to the bulletin board and started reading. One of them caught his attention. A new community was looking for an adventurer who occupies the first place in the ranking, and that they will wait until the last day for him, and if they don't wait, they will take someone else. So many messages. No wonder, because it's the last day of rest. There were adventures left unsolved that were of no interest to the Snowman. There was one that needed to be completed. In the corner sat the one who watched all the adventurers. Mak Chen walked towards the man. The snowman intuitively felt that he was clearly related to the adventure he needed. The stranger did not greet him very friendly. The options window sketched out a list of possibilities. 1. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight? 2. Do you need some help? 3. What do you want from me? 4. You don't look like a normal person. The snowman politely told the stranger that he did not look like an ordinary person and asked what he was doing in this place. The stranger seemed to have come out of a western. He looked like an Apache Indian. He invited them to sit down and said that he was hiring people for a job. He has a product that needs to be delivered to Novara. There will be a big trade deal, so he needs security to escort the expensive cargo. The snowman activated his perception and realized that the stranger was lying. He continued that he would like to entrust the task to someone reliable, and he would reward him well for the work. McCank decided to play along and asked if he looked trustworthy. What if he was not at all what he seemed? The stranger snorted, as if to say, "Think what you want? We are just chatting about nothing." He said that he is not imposing himself, and if the snowman does not want, then there is no need. Options: 1. Good. 2. Find someone else. 3. What will be the reward? 4. And these are definitely carts to Novara. Looks dubious. The snowman told the recruiter that it would be as he said, and he agreed to the job. They shook hands. The stranger said his name was Arden, and that he was very pleased to meet you. Our hero introduced himself as the Snowman. Adventure delivery of goods to Novara agreed. A man in a fur cape was watching the snowman and the recruiter closely. The employer needed a few more people to guard the cargo. The man in the fur cape was not alone. His comrade was with him. Together, they were actively discussing our hero. Their goal was to rob him. They saw his expensive equipment. The gear was obviously very high-end, and they overheard him talking to the madness merchant. They knew the guy had money. The snowman looked strong and confident. The second doubted that they could handle it, although a month of rest had passed, and they should be about the same level. Truly strong people have no reason to hide it. The man in the cloak sent the second one to the guild to bring 2 more. They were already anticipating the spoils, and he himself went to negotiate with the employer about the job. Kongori Square. The adventurers were already in their gear and were getting ready to go off on their chosen adventures. Many had bad premonitions. The snowman looked at them and thought that this was a cruel idea. People had lost all the will to move forward in a month. The window announced that his third adventure had begun. The adventurers gave each other their final parting words. Adventure delivery of our goods to Novara. The south of Pandia is full of natural treasures. One of them is the Great Silent Forest. The snowman has signed a contract to escort carts to Novara. The problem is that there are many bandits along the way, including ruin plunderers. It is better not to run into them. Objective: deliver the wagons to Novara. The reward will be increased depending on the number of wagons and people that reach the destination. Time remaining: 71 minutes and 59 seconds. Mac Chen thought he remembered this adventure. More precisely, the memories came back from the snowman. He had just completed it before the adventure of the 5 brothers. But when he played the second figure, it was not passed. We'll have to try to complete the mission this time. Horse-drawn carts were already being loaded with goods. The employer greeted him near the carts. He said that additional security had been assembled and they were ready to move out. They were just waiting for him. The recruiter showed Snowman his team for this time and suggested that they get to know each other. The man in the fur cape introduced himself as Pek San. The second one in the baseball cap was Dee. The snowman did not remember the names of the others. They patted our hero on the shoulder. The snowman remembered those suspicious types who had stared at him in the association. But that was not the main thing now. In this adventure, he had to find traces of his second figure. Arden told this group that they were going in reserve. There were enough guards here as it was, but no one knew what might happen on the road, so they took a little more people. They asked Arden what they should do for now. He replied that they would help the guards if problems arose, and that they could handle reconnaissance and night duty themselves. Arden ordered them to get into the middle wagon with 3 ribbons. He said that they could sleep or do whatever they wanted, but be on guard. Pek-san told DD that it all looked too easy so far, and that now it was clear why the idiot was going on this adventure alone. He knew it would be easy. Mak-chen understood what they were talking about and what they were thinking about him, and also that these adventurers wanted to kill him and take his equipment and valuables. He thought they were a bunch of idiots, and that the poor guys didn't understand what they were getting into. Greed would be the death of the suckers. This task is not easy at all. The adventure chain can change the difficulty dramatically. The mission at first glance was ordinary and routine, but all sorts of options were possible. By the end, it will become something that is almost impossible to complete. And it won't be easier for the snowman, but you still have to go. To find traces of the second figure, he must do it. The carts with valuable cargo moved slowly through the middle of a beautiful and peaceful forest. Mak-chen and his companions were riding in one of the carts. They rode in silence, looking at each other. The snowman studied these people unobtrusively. They radiated negativity and a secret threat. He didn't yet know who they were, what they were capable of, or what their motive was for this adventure. But he clearly understood that they had come here for a reason, not by chance. They had come for him. Whether they are just trolls or team killers who are hunting for his equipment. Such people often join teams to specifically ruin their game, but maybe they followed him without any particular reason. They simply stuck to a stronger player to go through the adventure with him. Pek-san thought it would be easy as pie. They discussed how this cowardly employer Arden had offered the easiest job, so they could relax, although last time they almost fell off a cliff. Pek-san rudely asked the snowman to tell him what his profession was and how many points he had in his rating. Mak-chen calmly replied that he was a summoner named Snowman. And why wasn't he inclined to talk about himself? Everyone laughed at the fact that someone chose such a boring thing. What a complete piece of crap, not a profession. Pek-san condescendingly ordered everyone to shut up and not embarrass the guy. They thought that if a guy had such a chance, he should dream big. A spear, a sword, even fists, that's where the coolness is. And the summoner, who just stands and watches, what nonsense. They concluded that the snowman is just a cowardly idiot. These adventurers, who were now on his team, really irritated our hero. They considered summoners weak and almost useless in the game. They asked the snowman if he had joined the guild. He replied that he had not and was not going to because he was used to working alone. The fellow travelers considered this a foolish act of pride. One man is no warrior in the field. Sometimes you need to rely on others. They advised him to join the guild if he returned. They were currently listed as predators, and if anything, they could intercede for him. Snowman replied that he remembered. They burst into laughter and said they doubted he was capable of going through any adventure. Mak-chen remembered the bullying at the orphanage and decided that he would never go to the guild with such snakes, delivering goods to Navira. His second figure couldn't handle this adventure. The difficulty level increases dramatically. The snowman reflected on the fact that unexpected problems had arisen twice during the first and second figures, on the same day, at the same time, and so the carts stopped for the night. It was the first night of the adventure. The chance of repeating it is very high. Our hero was absolutely sure that there would be problems. On this starry and quiet night, you need to be especially vigilant, because the problems are initially embedded in the script. The travelers lit a fire and sat around it. Arden told his fellow travelers that they had done a good job today, and that he wanted to treat everyone to food. The employer decided to treat them to alcohol. He offered them very strong brandy from an oak barrel. He boasted that the drink was so strong that it would knock a horse off its feet. The fellow travelers began to eat and drink alcohol. They told Arden that the brandy was awesome and asked for more. The snowman activated perception. He sensed that the alcohol had a strange smell. He didn't like alcohol at all, and especially not from strangers. He activated Shadow Hand, which poured the drink past his mouth. He knew something was about to happen. Arden would definitely want to tell a story. Arden suddenly started talking. He apologized to his fellow travelers for not telling him right away, but some changes were planned in the work. His plan is a little different from the original. Everyone looked at him warily. Arden suggested that they not be afraid and have another drink. They did not refuse the drink, and the changes in the route did not seem strange to them. Peksan asked if the employer wanted to tell them that they would stop at one more place before Novara. Arden said that yes, they would stop somewhere else, and that it was no longer possible to change the route. Everything had been decided in advance. He offered triple payment for changing the route. 600 gold per person. The adventurers whistled. For 600 gold, they were ready to go anywhere. The snowman thought that they were even more stupid than they seemed at first glance. Arden started to tell where they were really heading, but didn't manage to finish the sentence. The snowman shouted for everyone to duck. At the same moment, an arrow pierced the neck of one of the travelers. Everyone screamed, dodging arrows. Panic and chaos began. The snowman called out to the wounded man. He wanted to know how badly he was hurt, but Sun Ho was lying face down, with no signs of life. Peksan, seeing that Seon Ho was already a corpse, cursed filthily. He realized that they were in serious trouble because of that liar Arden. Peksan demanded that Arden explain what the hell was going on. He shouted and asked the employer what they should do now. Arden, of course, knew what was going on, who was chasing them, and cursed filthily. Peksong demanded a rescue plan from Arden. Arden said there was a canyon nearby. The snowman said that if they dropped the tail there and then returned to the forest, they would not be found. Get the carts ready. Peksan doubted that it would be that easy. The snowman advised him to shut up and remember why they were hired. Arden said Snowman's suggestion was reasonable. They needed to hide the wagons in the canyon and hide in the forest under cover of night. That's where the easy cart ride ended. Horsemen appeared in the forest. There were many of them. The riders saw that they had jumped onto the carts and were trying to escape, and they rushed after them in pursuit. Arden was racing in the front carriage. Inside the wagon, Peksan leaned over the wounded man. He was groaning in unbearable pain. Peksan ordered him to speak and not to lose consciousness. The options window informed me that the adventure story delivering goods to Novara was changing to chasing the wagons. History is changing. In the cart, amid the groans of the wounded man, the travelers discussed their next steps. Didi said that this was not an easy adventure, as it should have been, and that they had to get out of here as quickly as possible. Peksan called on Snowman to unite until they could get out of this mess. The snowman responded indifferently that he still preferred to act alone. Peksan angrily asked our hero if he still didn't understand what a terrible situation they were in. He also added, swearing rudely, that the snowman did not consider his fellow travelers worthy of him, and their words were empty words to him. Suddenly, Peksan and Didi fell to the bottom of the cart. Something strange was happening to their bodies. Their arms and legs refused to obey them. They became as if paralyzed. Fellow travelers began to blame the snowman for this, but our hero rightly noted that they shouldn't drink all the crap that strangers slipped them, and that they were not behaving like adventurers, but like foolish children. Peksan accused that he and Arden had planned everything and put poison in the brandy. But the snowman did not listen to their curses. Riders appeared in the distance, catching up with them. The carts, although drawn by a pair of strong horses, were heavy with cargo, and the distance between the riders catching up with them quickly decreased. The snowman immediately took action and summoned Shadow Jamad. Here, the wayward fellow travelers completely lost their minds. Having seen the legendary troll Jamad, they finally realized that their fellow traveler was not so simple. They couldn't believe that Jamad had been conquered by some snowman and had become his shadow, the leader of the mountain trolls himself. It was obvious that even the whole group could not defeat him, and they simply ran away. The situation didn't look good. The riders had almost caught up with them. The snowman told Shadow Jamada that it was too early to panic and show himself. "Let's see what can be done." the troll responded. The fellow travelers screamed and begged them not to leave them in the cart, so helpless. They saw that Snowman and Jamad were waiting for the right moment to jump off. They threatened them with the guild. But the Snowman didn't care about the guild, and they jumped off the cart together with Jamad. Thick ropes were stretched across the road in front of the racing carts. Arden cursed angrily and ordered them to hold on tighter. But it was too late. The carts hit the ropes. Horses, carts, people, everything rolled head over heels. There was a terrible roar. There were pieces of carts and torn-off wheels lying around. The wounded Arden barely got up. He shouted to the survivors to get up and gather together. He said that they were being chased by a gang of ruin plunderers, and that now it was a war in which everyone was for himself. But the ruin plunderers had already caught up with them. They surrounded Arden. They asked him if he really thought it was so easy to escape from them, and that they would not catch him. Arden hissed back that he had escaped from them anyway. They burst out laughing that Arden, aka Cujo, was as sharp-tongued as ever. He would have said that to Sir Borgo's face. Arden tried to lure the attackers away. He said he didn't like the way Borgo was treating them, so he ran away. And he urged them to join him because he was ready to offer better conditions. The attacker laughed. He mockingly asked if Arden would be able to protect them from Borgo when he chased them? And where did the map and the decryption that Cujo stole go? Cujo replied that he had the card and let him just try to take it. The bandits replied that they were saying goodbye to him in advance. The card would return to its rightful owner. Cujo screamed that he would not give the map to anyone because he was the one who found it. And they entered into a fight. Cujo screamed that he would kill everyone and would never give the map to Borgo, and they began to fight furiously. Troll Jamad watched them silently from behind a tree, his hands itching to give these bandits a good beating. He told the Snowman that it was kind of boring to just stand there and watch this mess. But the Snowman stopped him and told him not to get involved because it would only waste energy. The troll was clearly disappointed. The Snowman said that he had been through the chasing of the wagons twice, so he knew what the adventure really was. The Snowman explained that the adventure is much more complicated than it seems. A famous ruin plunderer who settled in Novara, Borgo. The name may differ. The character and roles are the same. A certain Cujo, aka Arden, an eternally disgruntled subordinate, found a map while exploring the ruins. He took it for himself and tried to decipher it. Borgo learned of this and wanted to catch Cujo, but he managed to escape to Kongori. So they had to set up an ambush in the Great Forest and wait. Based on Cujo's actions, he was planning to make 5 blood sacrifices to open the ruins, and he took them with him like sacrificial goats to be slaughtered. That's why the liquor was poisoned, so that the travelers wouldn't resist. But if a fight between these two groups occurs, no one will survive. The first Mac Chen figure had healing and was able to escape. The second chose a different path. Meanwhile, Cujo, in a fierce fight, finally defeated his opponent, but he himself was seriously wounded. Cujo bent over his opponent lying on the ground with his sword. He killed him, but he himself was dying. Cujo recognized the Snowman and begged him to save him. But the Snowman replied that he was already a corpse and could not be helped. He had lost too much blood. Cujo knew he couldn't survive in this situation, so he told his story and decided to let Snowman have it all. Arden's real name is Cujo. Before he dies, he wants to tell Snowman an interesting story. But our hero was not interested in the story, because he already knew all of Arden's secrets. Cujo groaned that whatever, Snowman would die too anyway, because soon a monster would appear here that didn't look like a human at all. Mac Chen took the map from the dying Arden. The options window gave the decoding for it. The map was familiar, but the decoding was different. Cujo croaked that Snowman had also been lured into the clutches of the ruins' treasures, but Borgo already knew the way to them. The Snowman didn't care. Cujo said that he would also give in to his desires. But he did not know our hero's character well, and he walked away from Cujo and the others. The options window explained that he would use the map to locate the ruins near the Great Forest. He could return the map to Kujo and try to survive. Stay and wait for Borgo. It was also possible to leave the map and run away to Novara. The troll watched with interest what the owner would choose. The snowman was very good at controlling his desires, and he chose the option to steal the map and go to the ruins. Meanwhile, the surviving Peksan and Didi sat and talked about how everything had gone to hell and that they would not forgive the bastard who had gotten them here. And then they heard the clatter of a large number of horses. A whole detachment was approaching them, but they would not have been able to escape anyway because of their wounds. It was unclear who had arrived this time, and they decided to surrender to the approaching horsemen. A powerful rider sat on a massive horse. This was clearly the leader of the attackers. His confidant said that it looked like they had all been destroyed. It was Sir Borgo himself. The members of his retinue walked around the scattered corpses with torches. At last, they found the one they were looking for. They found Kujo and reported it to the leader. But Kujo couldn't say anything anymore because he was dead. Borgo bent over the corpse. He looked at the thief with hatred, and his eyes sparkled angrily. Grabbing him by the head, Borgo jerked his body up like a rag doll. He was very glad that that nasty rat Kujo died, but where the map is now remains unknown. The body was searched, but the map was not on it. They dug up everything around. There was no map or transcript anywhere. Borgo was no fool and realized that something had happened here, and he ordered a search for survivors. Witnesses had to explain what had happened. The assistant ordered that the survivors be brought in and interrogated. Were dragged to Borgo. They begged him not to kill them and swore to tell everything. Borgo ordered to tell who stole the map. Otherwise, he promised to torture them into loosening their tongues. Peksan swore that he knew nothing and had not seen any map. Didi also swore that he was not aware of such matters. The executioner swung his axe, and the unfortunate man's head rolled away. Borgo looked at Didi and said he was next. Didi muttered that he personally hadn't seen anything, but he could guess who had taken the map, that his name was Snowman, and he had been riding with them. And if his body wasn't there, then he had definitely stolen it. An associate told Borgo that someone from the group had definitely escaped. They sent 2 warriors in pursuit, but they were screwed. Most likely it was the guy in question, the Snowman. Borgo asked Didi what else he knew about the Snowman. Didi said almost nothing because he was a very secretive guy, but he called himself the Shadow Summoner. Didi begged for mercy, but no one likes traitors. Borgo nodded to the guards. A swing of the axe, and the head of the fool Didi flew into the grass. Borgo jumped on his horse and ordered to pursue. He used the skills Steel Shoulder, Intuition, and Destruction of Obstacles. Borgo was furious that some boy dared to steal his thing. He ordered his subordinates not to let the fugitive escape under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the snowman rode away on his horse. He came up against a high wall with a large gate. It was impossible to go further on horseback. He realized that he had reached the right place. 3 stones of the same shape are collected. The snowman began to remember everything that happened in the previous games. There should be a bronze statue somewhere around here. Finally, he found her. Now it was necessary to turn the statue's head clockwise. Everything worked out great. The balls moved apart, and underneath them was a pentagram with a sun in the middle. A beam of light struck right in the center of the sun circle painted on the gate. Now you just need to go to the gate. The snowman heard the pursuit. He immediately called on Shadow Jamad. Jamad advised to move forward quickly, as the pursuit would soon be here, and our hero moved towards the gate. The archers of Borgo's guard had already raised their bows. The options window informed that our hero survived the chase. The reward will be calculated. The adventure chain continues. He will receive the reward when he completes all the adventures. Adventure 4. The Hall of Restraint. Our hero agreed to accompany the carts with goods and was drawn into a dangerous situation. Arden turned out not to be a merchant. His name is a pseudonym. The snowman managed to survive the attack on the carts. and then was lucky enough to take the thing that the pursuers were hunting for. Blinded by greed, the pursuers will hunt him. The snowman managed to break away, but it was too early to relax. Objective: outwit the pursuers or destroy them all. The gods watching this reality show admitted that it was a very difficult adventure, easy to lose. But they no longer mocked the snowman. Many believed in him. The snowman approached the gate, but it did not open. He needed to figure out how to open it quickly. He decided to get the map. Maybe there was something written there. It said that to open the gate, you need to make 5 blood sacrifices. So that's what Arden had in mind when he hired them. Options for passing: 1. Look for gaps. 2. Look for another entrance. 3. Translate the text on the door. 4. Bring 5 victims. 5. Hide until the pursuers arrive. 6. Check the decryption. But our hero, to the surprise of the gods, took and tore the document. The gods decided that the snowman had gone crazy. The decoding was wrong. This was not what the text meant at all. But our hero knew what he was doing. If translated correctly, the text means something completely different. It is not literally 5 bloody sacrifices that need to be made, but 5 drops of blood. He pricked his finger and dripped 5 drops of blood onto the sacrificial dish. And the gates miraculously opened. The snowman was satisfied with his resourcefulness and ingenuity. His wisdom allowed him not only to open the gates, but also to avoid unnecessary casualties. The delighted gods gave him 200 madness points for completing the quest. Borgo and his team also reached the gate. The bandit leader thought about how to open them. Borgo smelled blood and knew that the snowman was here. Borgo called Kurjan. He was a man with a bald head and a scar. He ordered Kurjan to decipher the traps and go forward first, and warned him that he would kill him if he betrayed him. Kurjan assured the boss of his loyalty. That bastard Kujo had stolen the rough draft. But Kurjan remembered him. He saw a knife with traces of blood. He told Borgo that it seemed the snowman knew the correct decryption, and realized that Kujo's decryption was wrong, because Snowman got through. And the snowman translated the text correctly. So he knew, or he could guess. Borgo told Kurgan that they had to catch up with him. Borgo chuckled that then he was finished, because everything here belonged only to him, the chief of the Ruin Raiders. The options window notified that a group of ruin plunderers had entered the Hall of Restraint. They were after the snowman and the treasure. Our hero realized that the robbers had caught up with him and were quickly moving on his trail. Borgo and his guards walked through the Hall of Restraint. The snowman reached a completely closed, empty room with closed doors, above which writing was also visible. There were arrow traps on both sides of the room, and a sign in front of it with inscriptions in an unknown ancient language. It was necessary to choose again what to do. The first is, try to make out the contents of the sign. 2. Throw something to check the traps. 3. Try to run quickly. 4. Disable the trap. Check how the trap mechanism works. 6. Decipher the inscription in the ancient language. And he chose the 6th option. The inscription said to practice humility and moderation, to show respect and endless gratitude to Ismokan. Last time, he chose the same. The sign said to show respect and bow, which is exactly what he did. There was no reaction. Everything was just as he remembered. Then there shouldn't have been any problems with the next passes. Borgo and his guards reached the gate, and here they discovered that Kurjan had disappeared somewhere. They didn't know what to make of it. After all, he was supposed to be going ahead and clearing the way for them. They decided that he had betrayed them, and that Kurjan definitely conspired with Kujo. Otherwise, that bastard wouldn't have been able to get ahead so quickly. Kurjan denied everything. The group roared. They told him not to think that a simple denial would be enough, and not to expect that nothing would be done to him when they were so behind. Borgo ordered to stop squabbling and looking for the culprit. They would sort this out later. They had to do something to move forward. Kurjan told the bandits that in this room they had to walk crouched, as if bowing. He told the outraged guards that there were arrow traps in the walls, and it would take time to disarm them. So the snowman walking ahead knew it. They decided to do just that, but not as a whole crowd, but to let someone go ahead. Borgo said that there was no time to think, and they would find the answer through experience. He had many warriors. He hated everyone who walked in front of him. And he decided to trust Kurjin once again. And the whole group, bending down to the floor, moved forward. They hated everyone because they had to humiliate themselves. Kurjin crawled ahead and thought that he had to survive at any cost, because he was the only one who knew everything about these ruins. He decided to be very careful in order to survive. Kurjin raised his hand and asked the group to stop. The crowd asked what was wrong and why he was holding them up. He apologized and replied that he might have mistranslated the map's decoding text. Borgo, the very thought that the one who walked ahead had already reached the middle of the ruins, seemed unbearable. He confined the control room of the gate he passed through. Suddenly, a multitude of arrows flew from the walls, piercing the bodies of many of Borgo's crew. They screamed in pain and horror and tried to defend themselves with shields. Someone ordered them to stop crawling, get up and run. And they ran. The detachment suffered quite heavy losses. Borgo was furious at this news. He was told that 7 people were dead, including Kurjin. He had the information and the transcript. Borgo began to laugh nervously at the top of his voice. He realized that this snowman was an interesting bastard. Meanwhile, he reached the gate control levers. As usual, he had to make a choice to delay his pursuers. Pull the left lever. 2. Pull the right lever. 3. Pull the middle lever. He knew the riddle of the 5th gate. That's how he remembered it. It was a room without doors. Our hero activated perception. That's right. There are traps in this place too. You need to make a choice again. Feel the walls to find something suspicious. 2. Scream loudly. 3. Go back and look for another way. 4. Find and disable the traps. 5. Decipher the inscription. He chose to go forward. The phrase written in this room read, "Close your eyes and move forward. Walk the distance from your heart to Ismukan. To close your eyes and walk straight into the traps is pure madness. But it is the only way." If he remembered correctly, the number of people who called themselves priestesses was 8. This number symbolized the local mystical god Ismokan. Therefore, his priests must close their eyes and take 8 steps. But this number of steps was relevant for the time when people were 2 meters tall. With his body, you need to open your eyes at the 9th step. If only his assumptions were correct. The options window reported that he had passed the 5th gate of the Hall of Restraint. He passed the 6th gate, the 7th gate, the 8th gate. One of the gods donated 200 madness points to him. The gods decided that someone had leaked hints to Mac Chen. The snowman moved along a long corridor with a vaulted ceiling. He knew that the last gates awaited him ahead. In other words, he was approaching his 2nd figure. He was only able to navigate through these ruins thanks to the memories he left behind. He wondered about his 2nd figure. Would he be there? And what had happened to him? The 2nd figure was named Gilius, and he was the Ruin Reaver. The 2nd figure, who lived a short life. He was of excellent build, 2 meters tall. Gilius wore a tangled beard. He always laughed stupidly and inappropriately, loved plants and children. A man with a difficult past that he had overcome. The snowman hoped that he was definitely here. The trace of his first figure was on the rock. Therefore, traces of Gilius must be in the 10th gate of these ruins. And our hero moved forward again. He was there. The 10th gate, the Hall of Light. Borgo walked past the corpses of the crew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Next one, go ahead. An arrow pierced the next one's head. The remaining members of Borgo's team began to recall, in the face of death, that in Kurjin's notes, it was said that you need to walk from 5 to 10 steps. Borgo decided to find this number, so to speak, by trial and error, sending his warriors one after another. In this way, He wanted to catch up with and finish off the snowman. Meanwhile, the snowman moved forward and reached the 10th gate. In front of the gates were several large shining mirrors opposite each other. The gates themselves were closed. Mac Chen thought about Gilius, his second figure. Suddenly, he saw a terrible picture near the wall. There sat a skeleton in clothes. An arrow was stuck between his ribs. The snowman greeted Gilius sadly and said that the one who created him had come. And again, that strange feeling came over him, which he had felt when he found the trace of the first figure. And now next to the second. At that moment, his head began to hurt again, just like then. It was as if she was being torn to pieces. This was how the transmission of Gilius's memories began. Gilius showed off his muscles to those around him and spoke with laughter. He considered himself the strongest and invincible. He shouted to those around him that he was the strongest and bravest of them, and that these bastards should always remember his words. He wanted to uncover the secrets of all the ruins and get all the treasures. The snowman's head continued to split. He then saw a terrible picture. Here, Gilius was holding someone's hand and talking. He was asking some Jaren to hold his hand and not let go. Then there was a picture of Gilius walking with a torch through the hall. The number of Ismokan is 8. 8 steps. You just have to close your eyes and go forward. The sand was a bit of a nuisance underfoot, but the trap itself wasn't that difficult. Everyone agreed. He ordered the group to keep moving and not leave Gilius alone. And when he had almost reached the 10th gate, his body was pierced by a poisoned arrow. He sat, realizing that death was near. With clouded eyes, he looked at the ceiling. On the ceiling was depicted a woman's head in a circle. Thoughts raced through his head. The pattern on the ceiling. Mirrors. He figured it out. But it was too late. Ismokan. She was the goddess of light. He desperately wanted someone to see what he saw, but there was no one. And Gilius died with his secret, all alone. And now the snowman received the will of the late Gilius. He received the skills of the deceased. The snowman has acquired the Ruin Plunderer skill. Now he can easily unravel the secrets and traps of such places. If he passes the traps first, his reward is increased by 30%. The snowman thanked Gilius for his skills and apologized for being late, but he promised to check if his theory was correct. If his second figure had realized that it was not a real door, the outcome of the game could have been very different. After losing Gilius, he carefully studied the Hall of Restraint for the sake of his other charges, and opened the ability of perception for them. And when he got to Pandaea, he started using it himself. Perception told him that these mirrors were connected to the key to the exit. It is necessary to correctly adjust the angle of refraction of light without moving anything. The options were to turn the first mirror to the right, to the left, or to point it towards the ceiling. Each of the 4 mirrors had to be turned in a certain way. The last thing Gilius looked at was the painting of the goddess on the ceiling. And that was the answer. He turned all 4 mirrors so that their light converged at one point, in the drawing of the goddess on the ceiling. And when the rays crossed, a miracle happened. It was the goddess Ismokan, who gives light to all living things. Behind him stood the shadow of Gilius, and rejoiced with him that he had solved the riddle of the 10th gate with his hint. He asked the goddess to show him the right way. A spiral staircase appeared to him, leading high up. The last gate of the Hall of Restraint was open. The adventure would end when time ran out, or he would collect the reward. The snowman began to climb up the spiral staircase. One of the gods donated 300 madness points to him for successfully completing the Hall of Restraint. Rising, his gaze fell upon a long hall with columns, at the end of which he saw a majestic statue of a woman, the goddess Ismokan. The statue telepathically welcomed the stranger into its abode. She said she wanted to reward him for completing the Hall of Restraint. He saw a large amount of gold, silver, and jewelry. But the goddess warned him to be judicious, because he could only choose once. It was very difficult, like Aladdin, to resist the temptation of wealth. It was hard to choose because he didn't know what might be useful. He turned on the perception skill. Perception told me to choose an unusual object. It should help in the next adventure. This thing had its own history. The object is difficult to destroy. He is cursed and dangerous. He can be sold for a very high price. Now he really felt how perception works in real life. The snowman bent down and picked up a strange piece of cloth from the floor. And the gods encouraged him to take the armor. Ismakan asked if he was sure of his choice. He bowed respectfully and confirmed that he wanted to take the headband of insight. The bandage of insight had the status of a treasure. It allowed one to see even the invisible. In Pangaea, there were clans, unions, and tribes with special eyes, and each had the ability to see something specific. Mak Chen was surprised that this bandage would allow him to have such eyes, and that such a penetrating gaze would definitely suit him. Ismakan asked if the stranger wanted anything else. The snowman shook his head. Ismakan was pleased with his answer and said that she always gives wealth to humble people. An additional treasure chest has appeared. Additional reward. Even without opening it, you can understand that there is gold, and it can definitely be useful. But first, he put on the bandage and activated his insight. The bandage began to burn his eyes with fire. It was very painful. He didn't think the pain of waking up would be so intense. It was like he was burning alive. Finally, insight was activated, and he looked at the world with new eyes. He didn't know yet what this meant for him, and how this ability will affect him. His vision improved. The monster's power level was displayed. The skill could be trained, and insight could be increased infinitely. There is a chance of displaying the level of valuable objects. With increased training, the chance of seeing the level of more valuable objects increases. He noticed that everything around him began to look somehow different. The effect was stronger than he thought. Now, with the help of insight, he could avoid accidental traps. Suddenly, the snowman heard someone's loud voice. It was Borgo. He joyfully proclaimed that he had finally caught up with the impudent fellow. Borgo entered the hall with the surviving guards. He was surprised that this little rat was still there. The snowman noticed that Borgo was accompanied by only 2 guards, so the rest were dead. Borgo ordered him to shut up, because only he, the great ruin robber, had the right to ask questions here. The snowman could only answer and prepare for death. Borgo wanted to personally tear the snowman into pieces and then scatter them in the field. This was clearly better. The snowman, as if he hadn't heard him, said thoughtfully that there were only 2 of them left. Only Borgo could ask here, in his opinion. The guards saw treasures in the middle of the hall. Their quantity and brilliance blinded and confused their minds. They shouted to the leader that there was so much gold and jewelry, enough for everyone. But Borgo was not at all willing to share with anyone. He drew his sword and cut off the head of his guard with one blow. All this should have belonged to him alone. The snowman said that he had not expected such stupidity from Borgo, and that only 2 had made it here, and he had taken him and killed him. But Borgo did not like that someone dared to teach him life lessons. He said that he would get everything, both the treasures and the life of our hero. The snowman said that if so, then let Borgo try to take it. The maddened Borgo grabbed the treasures with his hands and put on the armor from the chest, the very same ones that the gods recommended our hero to take. With the armor, he felt a previously unknown strength. He only put it on and already felt an unprecedented power. He could now finish off the snowman so quickly that he wouldn't even have time to blink. The snowman looked at this triumph of greed and reminded Borgo that no one had told him the name of this place. It was the Hall of Restraint. Borgo didn't care what the hall was called. He only wanted these treasures, the path to which he had been searching all his life. Suddenly, the goddess Ismokan glared angrily and unexpectedly turned into a demon. She shouted at Borgo that he was a miser. Anyone who was unable to resist temptation had to pay for it. Borgo rudely told the stone idol not to talk such nonsense. Greed is his motto. Without it, Borgo would not have become the leader of his tribe, and that no one dares to punish the leader. A bloody glow suddenly appeared around the statue, But the punishment Izmokan was unique. From now on, Borgo could use all the items in the restraint hall without restrictions. The snowman never expected such a turn of events. Gold rained down on Borgo. Mac Chen understood that the end of his adventure was beginning. Borgo's physical strength has increased. Borgo has now become Izmokan's ghost and is under her control. All stats have been reduced by 50%. If it weren't for the snowman's insight, he would already be dead. Now trust the gods after this. You never know which way they'll turn. Borgo attacked him. Our hero was forced to defend himself and called on Jamad for help. Jamad immediately appeared and said that he was waiting for instructions. He looked at Borgo in armor and realized that he had no control over his own body. The interface had changed. Borgo had broken the rules of the restraint chamber. For that, he had been cursed by Izmokan and became her puppet. Now, he had the killing blow. Borgo shouted at the snowman that he had become like this because of him, although it was not true. It was his own greed that had made him like this. He roared that he would tear the snowman and his accomplice to pieces. Jamad said that he thought too much of himself, putting on this pathetic armor. And they met in mortal combat. Jamad forcefully pushed away Borgo, who was clinging to him, and he flew to the side. Goddess Izmokan screamed at him to rise and protect the hall. Borgo declared that he could not be defeated, and now his mission was to protect the hall and the treasures. He was confident in the help of the goddess. Jamad growled that if he tried to get up, he would tear him to shreds. Borgo went mad and demanded that his hands be taken off his property, and they again locked in combat. Snowman realized that Borgo had activated treasure management. His power increased. He shouted at Jamad to be careful because Borgo had activated Death Strike. The power of the next blow is doubled. The shockwave effect has appeared. If you fall from the shockwave, he will finish you off with a fatal blow. Borgo twirled his axe and shouted to get out of his sight. The forces were clearly unequal, because Jamad was only a shadow of himself with half his former strength. Jamad fell defeated. The snowman realized that he needed to do something urgently to help Jamad. Borgo came at him with his fearsome axe. He said that now the snowman was alone and would die next to the treasure. The snowman looked at him and smiled. Borgo decided that he had gone crazy in the face of death. But our hero didn't think so at all. He simply stood and looked his opponent straight in the eye with cold irony. Borgo muttered that he was simply a pathetic disgrace. But then Jamad, who had recovered from the blow, rose to his feet. The troll shouted at Borgo to stay put, and that greedy fools know no fear. Borgo was irritated by this impudent troll who threatened him and talked all sorts of nonsense. Jamad was going to cause an earthquake and show what real fear was. Even though the body wasn't quite his, anger is anger. He stepped on Borgo's foot with all his might. The troll shouted to the enemy that they were not finished yet. Jamad rushed furiously at Borgo. Borgo shouted at Jamad that he would kill him and tear him to pieces. Jamad replied that usually when people saw him, they begged for mercy. Or not. In the end, they were already asking for death. Borgo mocked Jamad. He shouted that how dare he threaten him, who was killed by a man and made his shadow. And the enemy activated the death strike. Both of them were full of rage and hatred. The troll saw that his opponent was fast, but unstable, stupidly pushing forward. Rude and insignificant. Jamad knocked his opponent down again. Borgo was surprised that the troll had thrown him to the ground. He believed that with the support of the demon Izmokan, no one in the world could defeat him. The snowman, who was standing nearby, philosophically noted that in this world everything is possible. And it's even more interesting. Borgo ordered both of them to shut up and stated that the fight was not over yet. He activated the death blow and delivered it to Jamad. Snowman, shouted Jamad, hold on! But the troll managed to turn into an impregnable rock. He told his opponent that he would not get up again. He groaned in pain. Jamad leaned over him and asked if he wanted to laugh at him some more. Borgo whined that he was very scared and asked for mercy. Jamad grinned that Borgo actually said it. Borgo muttered something like, The hands are just huge hands, 2 big hands. The troll said that it was his fear and finished him off with one blow. Thus, he and Jamad dealt with the ghost Ismokan, the plunderer of the ruins of Borgo. The title of Ghostbuster was received, and an additional reward was given. Mak Chen thought that it was not for nothing that Jamad was considered the best of the Stonefang tribe's leaders. He was no match for a simple ruin plunderer. Even in armor, the snowman received the highest award, a gift from Ismokan, including the devil's armor, cleaned after Borgo, as well as a broken bronze helmet. The snowman looked at the trophy armor with some disgust. He didn't think that they would come to him just like that, and without any curse. Ismokan turned to Snowman. Because he did not succumb to the temptation of possessing treasures, he has a strong will. And for this, she gives an additional reward. He inherits the title that previously belonged to Gileas. She told Snowman that he was like the strongest steel with a heart of icy fire. He must go further and bring light to this world. Blessing Mountain Fists underwent a divine change. Jamad was also not left without a reward and received the title of Protector of the Hall and Great Warrior Ismokan. Previously, Jamad served the mountain dragon Tancred and was the chieftain of the Stonefang tribe, so now he did not want to accept the blessing of an unknown deity. The helmet was made of a rare material, spirit stone. Distressed by the creator's malice, it is now broken. It will never have its former strength again. The armor is imbued with dark energy and purified after Borgo. After purification, it lost some of its characteristics, but it still provides good protection. Comfortable to wear. In Panday, each equipment has its own class. These are common, special, rare, and treasure. Treasure is the highest tier for entry-level equipment. However, this class is also subdivided into several categories: durable, relic, treasure, sacred relic, exceptional item. This usually includes equipment with special characteristics. This armor falls under the second category. However, according to the rules of Pandi, Jamad is not allowed to wear it. Snowman decided to give the armor to Moon Knight Karuna. This will increase his defense. Well, only the Mountain Fists remain. Mountain Fists were significantly improved by Ismokan's blessing. It gained additional damage and increased some stats. The bonus looked good. Mak Chen decided to turn to the window of opportunity and studied the current abilities, skills, and rewards. His and his shadows. This is necessary for the further path and adventures. The titles received were at a very high level, as were the awards. He thought that he had received so many awards largely due to intuition. If he had not waited for Borgo and had not entered into a fight with him, the level of achievements would have been lower. Having taken everything he could from this adventure, he chose to complete the mission. After adding up all the points, the system showed that he had 599,300 points, and all information about him would remain hidden. The gods were generous, so generous. He was to go back to the free city of Kongori for his second vacation. And then there would be another adventure and a new path. Kongori is located in the south of Pandaea and is famous for its wealth and happy inhabitants. Here adventurers can relax and prepare for their next adventure. The snowman returned to Kongori late in the evening. This time the city was quiet, and only the light in the windows indicated its habitability. Apparently, the other adventurers had finished their adventures before him. The snowman wanted to get back to his room as soon as possible. He was very tired and wanted to sleep. He looked and thought that not everyone had returned from their adventures. Our hero looked at the glowing windows and wondered what was behind them. How many different adventurer communities remained? How many new ones appeared? He just noticed a new stranger. The 4 who had left with him in Arden's wagon were gone. Dead. The snowman wondered if news of their deaths had reached the authority, although it is not a fact that the sneaking stranger is from the guild. And this could mean a lot. The stranger was clearly stalking him on the sly. The snowman turned sharply to come face to face with his pursuer. A sword suddenly landed on the stranger's shoulder. Our hero gasped in surprise. It was Moon Knight Karuna. He stopped the pursuer, protecting his master. Now it was necessary to find out who this stranger was and why he was following the snowman. He threatened that if he didn't want to answer, they would find out in another way. The snowman was aware that there were hidden players, and perhaps the pursuer was one of them. He was the only one who showed up in town when the overall rating changed. He doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. He asked the stranger what made him watch over the snowman. He replied that he really needed help. He asked to hear his story. The stranger's name was Khan Yemen. They sat down at a table in a small tavern. The stranger's hand was as if in a dark, long glove. The snowman asked what was wrong with his hand. It was not a glove. The flesh on the stranger's hand was blackened, but smooth. He replied that he had been cursed by a ghost. The snowman thought that it did not look like a curse. The stranger said that he had two sisters, an older one and a younger one, although the older one is no longer alive. The sister died during her second adventure. This was the adventure of the 5 brothers, which we already knew. He said that his sister tried very hard, but there were a lot of trolls. She slipped and fell off the cliff. He grabbed her hand and tried to pull her out. She begged her brother not to let go of her hand. There was horror in her eyes. He begged her to hold on a little longer. She said that he himself might fall with her and both would die. She begged him to let go of her hand. He asked her not to dare let go of his hand and to hold on to him tighter. But she only said that she loved him very much and asked him to take care of Noul. That was the name of their little sister. And she let go of his hand. His sister's voice, her look, and her last words were forever etched into his memory. Since then, a ghost has been inhabiting his blackened hand, and his sister now appears to him in his dreams every night. The snowman asked if his sister was telling him anything in her sleep. The unfortunate brother replied that she was asking him to save her. The snowman knew that Khan Yemen had not received a curse, but a rare ability, the ghost hand. He told Khan Yemen what his problem was. Unless the ghost problem was solved or a special purification ritual was performed, he would not be able to use his hand. Now, it belongs to the ghost. But if the influence is suppressed, Khan Yemen will gain incredible power. The snowman asked him what he wanted from him. To ask for his hand back or something else? He answered that nothing could be done with it, since there was no way to get rid of the feeling of guilt. He approached Mak Chen to save his younger sister. She joined the Justice Guild, but after the death of her older sister, they became very distant from each other. Khan Yemen asked if Snowman had heard anything about the Justice Guild. He shook his head. He wasn't interested in such things. It was created during his first vacation. People were lured there, claiming that this jock was the adventurer from the top spot. However, this person's nickname is hidden. But this guild was definitely created by the will of the government, and anyone who opposed it would be killed immediately. He also heard that there were victims who tried to leave the village. They joined another guild with a bad reputation. Mak Chen said that it was just a rumor. Han Yemen countered that his sister confirmed this information. So his sister Noul is now in great danger, and his brother asks him to save her from these bad people. The snowman shook his head. He didn't know if it was true or not. And there was no point in helping Khan Yemen. After all, the snowman himself had his own tasks. The supplicant was very offended that our hero refused him. He wanted to know the reason for the refusal. The snowman did not consider himself an arbiter of justice. And although every person has problems, he has no time to be distracted from his own goal. And his goal was ascension and liberation of the world. Khan Yemen reproached him that the snowman was so strong and had twice as many points as the second place. But he refused to help the girl in trouble. The snowman became strong not to help those who hide behind other people's backs. And our hero recommended the guy to deal with his family's problems himself. It was Mak Chen's opinion that the brother himself should have helped his sister, and not dragged outsiders into it. His answer was like a bucket of cold water on the head of the supplicant. He stood with his head down and almost crying. After all, the snowman wasn't obliged to save everyone he met. Our hero had already turned to leave, and said goodbye to Khan Yemen to take care of himself too. The snowman was referring to his blackened hand. He told him not to make up curses, but to get rid of the feeling of guilt. Then Khan Yemen would definitely be able to help his little sister. At this point, the conversation ended, and the snowman walked away. He still really needed rest and a place to sleep. One of the gods gave Snowman 200 madness points for his coolness and prudence. Although the opinions of this divine audience were divided, Mak Chen was also a little upset by the conversation. He was a kind and noble man, but he would not be able to survive and fulfill his mission if he helped everyone. Anything can happen in this world, so it's stupid to use your time to help Yemen. But finding your sister will be much easier if you solve the mystery of his black hand. Besides, this hand of his could be very useful to the snowman himself in the future. Mak Chen began to doubt. Maybe he should step in and help. He hadn't yet decided what to do in this situation. It wasn't his plan. After all, if you can change, then you are not in danger of suddenly finding yourself completely consumed by a feeling of helplessness. He went to the Information Guild to gather more information. This guild was like a repository of data on all past and present adventurers. The window told him that there was a lot of information about the Justice Guild. The snowman was only interested in negative information about this community. This information cost 150 gold coins. The snowman put a bag of coins by the window and thought that information was too expensive in this world. He smiled slyly because the other adventurers had no idea about the existence of the Information Guild. And who would think that it was located in an old tavern? A hand with scrolls rolled into a tube and tied with a rope stuck out of the window. The snowman began to read scroll after scroll. Yemen's story turned out to be true. Not only did he not make it up, but he didn't even suspect the scale of the Justice Guild's dark activities. It was even worse than he thought. They had contacted the Guild of Plunderers. The Plunderers Guild had a very bad reputation. Our hero went to the window again and asked for negative information about the Guild of Plunderers. They took another 100 gold coins from him. He began to read and his face darkened right before our eyes. He was tormented by the question of why such lawlessness was being ignored by the government. He was overheard at the window and asked for another 10 coins for the answer to this question. Mak Chen poured out the required amount. A voice was heard from there. He said that he could not say for sure, but the only time they interfered was during the murder of a townsman. So everyone knew everything and kept quiet. The voice replied that they had their own rules that did not apply to them. The information was unreliable. They might not pay. Everything became clear with this city. The snowman burned the scrolls in the flame of a candle. He turned to the one sitting in the window. He said that there was some work. He needed to watch someone for a week. The snowman wrote down on a piece of paper what information exactly was needed. They agreed to monitor, but first they clarified at what level the person needed to be monitored was. Our hero replied that it was much lower than he was. They took an advance payment of 20 coins from him and promised to watch him around the clock. At this point, they parted. Meanwhile, Khan Yemen was thinking about the snowman's harsh words in his closet and deciding what to do next. There was truth in the snowman's words. The snowman, instead of resting in his hotel room, went again to the familiar door with a guard in a dark hood at the entrance. He was not surprised and greeted the adventurer. It was the Dark Seer's training center for dark magic. The employees were curious about what our hero had come for this time. He seemed to have become their regular customer. The snowman asked if the shadow summoner named Chao was here. The guard replied that his information was out of date. He said that they had lost contact with Chao. Summoner who could have trained Snowman went missing during a trip to Novara. The guardians of that place were worried. Mak Chen thought that there was no point in taking on this task hidden behind the fifth point now. There were still 6 adventures before this episode. There was no need to rush. And yet, I still need to find out the news about Chao. It might happen that Snowman won't be able to clear this episode in time if he puts it off now. And he decided to ask the guard to find out news about Chao. He promised. This was the beginning of the adventure, The Lost Summoner. An unpleasant incident occurred at the Dark Seers Center for Dark Magic Training. Their shadow summoner went to Novara and disappeared. Communication was lost. Having skipped the initial training stage, Snowman set out on his own in the Master's footsteps to find the Chao Shadow Summoner in Novara. He asked the guard to improve his existing skills. The center fulfilled his request and pumped up all the existing skills. At this point, Snowman had 4 skill points. It's definitely worth upgrading Shadow Summoner. He upgraded his skill in the center. If the summoning is successful, the shadow transmission will be smoother. It is possible to summon 2 shadows at the same time. 50% of the shadow's power will be retained. Now he could summon Karuna and Jamad at the same time, and the skill transfer rate had increased. His 2 shadows were worth an army. This was a huge step forward. He remembered his conversation with Yemen when he reproached him for being so strong and not wanting to help. For some reason, these memories touched him deeply. Without really having rested, he decided to set out again. There was nothing more for him to do in Kongori. There were only simple adventures with low rewards left, and our hero decided to leave immediately, without the required month of rest between adventures. But as soon as he deals with the kidnappers of Khan Yemen's sister, the adventurers sat in the tavern, talking quietly over a glass of beer. They discussed the deaths of many of their friends and how quickly their ranks were thinning. The boys never returned and were officially declared dead. Some of them were useful, albeit clumsy. There were also some conversations in the Guild of Plunderers. Their boss thought they had lost 4 of their finest men because of the adventurer they had gone on their last adventure with. They thought he was guilty. The head of the Guild of Plunderers was named Peck. Saneri. The subordinates said that the bastard's name was Snowman. The boss thought the nickname was stupid. Nobody knew anything. He had heard that Snowman was a quiet loner. However, 4 of his best men were dead. He had ordered that Snowman's every move be watched, and that he should remain in Kongori for the time being. They had to prioritize. They were working with the Justice Guild now, and they couldn't just kill him, but he had to die anyway. His subordinates did not trust the Justice Guild, and were skeptical about the wisdom of doing business with them. And they, it seemed, did not trust them either. The boss explained that the head of the Justice Guild is too weak to control all processes. For now, we need to pretend to cooperate, expanding our business. Pretending to help them, they will swallow up their entire guild, and then the others. And only after that will they get down to their real business. So there is no need to hurry. Flashing his gold teeth, he added that when there are no laws, force takes their place. Even if you stab someone on the street, you can go unpunished. The boss raised a toast to the world, which becomes beautiful when it is dominated by strength. And may the strong always rise above the weak. Boss was second in the top players, and he did not know who was above him. The one hidden in the first place was clearly not a slouch. It was necessary to figure him out, subdue him or kill him if he refused. Then one of the bandits burst into the room and rushed towards the boss. The boss rudely asked the newcomer what he wanted to say. The one who entered screamed that the Justice Guild wanted to use them. They were calling for help, and the bandit told that some strange psychopath had penetrated alone right into the lair of the Justice Guild and had created a riot there. And now they had invited them to help. The boss thought that this guy was either crazy or suicidal, since he showed up alone. The subordinate also said that the crazy guy came for his sister. Khan Yemen burst into the Justice Guild's lair and demanded to come out for a talk. The guild chairman was pointed out this idiot. Jung Wonchul asked the visitor about the purpose of the visit. The visitor demanded that his sister Han No-Yul be returned to him. He wanted to know if his sister was alive and what happened to her. Khan Yemen heard the same voice over and over again, begging for help. It was the voice of his older sister. He told himself that he didn't care about fear. He didn't care if it was a curse or not, and that he couldn't even use his other hand. It was a matter of honor. but he's here to get his sister out. Suddenly, he heard a familiar and painfully familiar voice. He would recognize it among 1,000. His sister was screaming at the people who were holding her to let her go to her brother. She broke free from the clutches of the bandits and ran screaming towards Khan Yemen. The guild chairman said that the girl was too much of a headache for them. It was the Justice Guild leader himself, Jong Won Cheol. He continued that everything in the world is not as simple as she thinks, and one cannot just up and leave the guild. Noel said sharply that the community is voluntary, and she decided to leave the guild of her own free will. She saw no problem in being allowed to go home. Jong Won-chul looked at her with a smirk. They can't ignore and not punish the person who was going to leave the guild after knowing so much about her. Jong Won-chul said that she knows too much about them and might tell someone. Also, she should pay for all the time and effort that was spent on her. He demanded 5,000 gold coins for the exit. Noel was indignant. Why should she give such a large sum of money? The sly ones knew that the family had no money. The head of the Justice Guild said that working for them was for profit. Therefore, she must return everything she had managed to get and also pay a penalty. He ordered the brother and sister to be captured. Noel turned to the other guild members in despair. She screamed that the chairman was deceiving them and that there was no hidden player in the guild. She convinced those around her that they simply wanted to take advantage of them and sell them like meat. They stood there with stony faces. It turns out that they knew everything and pretended not to know, and everyone was happy with it. The chairman chuckled at the girl's naivety. The world has changed, and people will do anything to survive. Even worse than a simple lie. The brother calmed his sister down and said that they would somehow get out of here. One of the chairman's close associates gave Khan Yemen a strong kick in the chest. The blow took his breath away and almost knocked him out. They started yelling at them and hitting their brother. They didn't want to let these psychos go. Khan Yemen defended himself as best he could. But the forces were, of course, not equal. One of the attackers grabbed the girl roughly by the arm. She tried to break free, and the offender told her to calm down while he was still kind. She was hysterical and trying to break free from his arms. He slapped her hard. He wanted her to know her place and obey her elders. At the same time, her brother was being systematically beaten. He had to protect himself and his sister. His ghostly hand began to awaken with rage and will. He jumped to his feet and began to strike the offenders with both hands. The black hand helps to move quickly. For a short period of time, movement is accelerated. The attackers shouted to the chairman that Khan Yemen had sped up too much, and they couldn't defeat him. He cursed them for being useless freaks, and ordered them to call the plunderers for help. Noel screamed at her brother to save her. He was in a similar situation as he had been on the cliff. The ghost of his older sister came to him from his memories. Her look as she flew into the abyss. It was unbearable. And now the younger one was also calling on him for help. The ghost of the older sister ordered him to take care of Noel. It turns out that all this time she was asking not to save herself. He realized that he couldn't hear what he needed because of guilt. Of course, this hand couldn't be cursed. It became like that because of his sister's misunderstood request, and Khan Yemen covered his sister with his body. He drew his sword and shouted that if they touched her, they would die immediately. The boss of the Plunderer Guild stood at the threshold. He turned to the chairman of the Justice Guild with mocking words, that he knew it. He knew that they were so weak that they could not do without the help of himself and his men. Jong Won Cheol replied that there was no point in making a big deal out of a mere insect. The boss asked Khan Yemen if he was the first one on the list of top adventurers, although it was clear from his appearance that it was not him. Although he was not the first, or even the 100th, Yemen bravely rushed at the boss. The boss made fun of the guy's impudence. The brother's skills were weak, so he was definitely not a hidden player. And the boss activated Iron Fists to teach the impudent guy a lesson. He also activated Monkey Move and used Weakness Attack. He wasn't averse to stretching his legs and playing cat and mouse with this weakling. Yemen's soared with his Iron Fists. The blade cracked. With one jerk, he grabbed the poor guy by the head, threw him to the floor, and pinned him with his iron fist. Khan Yemen boldly said that he was surprised that such a strong man lived like a bandit. The boss advised him not to be clever, but to prepare for death. Yes, the boss was the head of the bandits and saw nothing wrong with that. Crime was his element. He told the boy that he was a naive idiot, just like his sister. Good and evil no longer mattered in this world. The main thing was strength. The one who was stronger was right. Khan Yemen tried to reach his mensch and hit the boss with it. But the latter only laughed that he saw everything and that his little brother was insignificant and stupid. There was no place for such people on earth, and with his iron hands he broke his sword into pieces. Yemen had nothing left to defend himself with. Khan Yemen realized that he had lost, and that he would not be able to protect either his sister or himself. This was their end. Suddenly, there was a loud and insistent knock on the door. The boss turned to the door. Someone was insistently ordering the door to be opened. The accomplices thought that the neighbors had come because of the noise, and told the boss to finish the job quickly, because all sorts of people were messing around here. The door swung open with a kick. The snowman stood on the threshold. He said that it seemed to him that the weak were being bullied here, and that no one had given them such a right. The whole fuss started because of Noel. The bandits thought they had to finish her off quietly, and now they have to deal with her brother and this alien. The boss ordered to seize the stranger as soon as he entered, so that he wouldn't have time to escape. He asked Jong Wonchol if he knew the name of this psycho. He didn't know. The snowman, not paying attention to anyone, turned to Khan Yemen and asked if he was okay, and where was his sister. Khan Yemen did not recognize the snowman. Our hero was amazed that he managed to forget him so quickly, but he was very glad that the snowman came and decided to help. There was joy and hope in the guy's voice. The snowman came here not only for this. He said that he had some unfinished business in the city. He was also interested in what would happen here and that, thank God, he managed to do it in time. Khan Yemen remembered all the words that the snowman had told him in the tavern, about how he himself should help his sister, and not hide behind other people's backs. He told the snowman that he was absolutely right, and that he tried so hard, but still couldn't save his little sister. Mak Chen praised Han Yemen's bravery. He was very glad that he was not mistaken about him. The snowman told these freaks that he was taking those two, nodding at the brother and sister, with him, and he advised the company to reconsider their views on life. Otherwise, they would end badly. The chairman and the boss exchanged glances. This was too much. Another psycho, probably an open house at the madhouse. He asked the snowman if he knew who they were. The boss began to see clearly and wondered if it was the snowman himself who had come to see them. They themselves had been waiting for him for so long and even looking for him. The boss attacked the snowman for killing his people, Bek Sandidi and the others. The snowman honestly said that no, he did not kill them. The boss did not believe him. He said that whether he is or not doesn't matter now. The one who came is not long for this world anyway. Our hero mockingly asked if the boss had said everything or if there was anything else he wanted to add. If that was all, then the snowman would like to know something from those present. He looked around the crowd with a gloomy gaze and said that they all knew perfectly well where they had come and what was going on here. The snowman asked those who regretted this mistake to raise their hands. There were none. The chairman got mad, saying that the impudent fellow had no right to interrogate his people. Interrogations should be conducted by those who are entrusted with the functions of law and order. The chairman ordered the bandits to get rid of him quickly. The boss had long since run out of patience and turned on not only iron fists, but also earth compaction to move faster. He told Snowman that he wanted to avenge the death of his people, and that he, the boss, was the hidden player, and that Snowman had to know what it was. Mak Chen nodded. He said that the boss, although hidden, was not number one. This was a blow to the boss's pride. and he called his fighters Karuna and Jamad. It was time for them to warm up. The boss stared at Jamad. The same troll? It was impossible. He turned to the snowman and asked what all this meant and who he was. The snowman replied that he was the hidden player, number 1. And next to him were the shadows of his defeated opponents, Moon Knight Karuna and the legendary troll Jamad, and that he is the same player who has twice as many points as the boss. The chairman laughed nervously, as if they had been looking for him for so long, and now he himself has come. Mak Chen replied that it would even be easier to talk that way. The chairman suggested that the snowman join them, that they guarantee the best conditions. The snowman found such words funny. The chairman said that our hero does not understand that one morning people woke up and found themselves in a world completely unsuitable for life. A world without laws and rules. But every crisis is an opportunity. The era when our destiny was determined from birth is over. Together, they can create their own movement and lead it. The snowman was amazed that these people somehow decided that they should be above others. He stood like a menacing statue. The chairman replied that they decided so because they are strong. Whoever has the strength has the power. Such is the rule of the new world. Violence and lawlessness rule everything. The snowman considered this logic utopian. For every force, there is another force. And if so, then there is no point in wasting time. The time of Karuna and Jamad has come. The boss tried to recruit Snowman into their ranks. He said that together they would lead this tyranny. The snowman declined this tempting offer and revealed that his life had other goals. He turned to those present and repeated his question about whether they regretted it. But the answer was obvious, even without words. He decided to kill everyone except his brother and sister. The boss got angry at these words and said that the snowman was taking on too much, and he rushed forward with his fists. Mak Chen ordered his killers to kill everyone, and the meat grinder began. Karuna and Jamad got down to their favorite business. Karuna stood idle while Snowman and Jamad fought. It was now the first phase of the moon, and he had gained strength. He ran around with his moon sword like a panther. The bandits realized that it was better to run. Jamad stood in their way, blocking the road. It was time for him to stretch his legs. Justice Guild Chairman Zhang Wanchul told Boss that they had to flee to survive. But Boss had already gotten into a fight with Jamad. It was stupid of him, of course. The boss, after all, was ranked second for a reason. He activated Iron Fists, Rockbreaker, and Meat Grinder. With this arsenal, he expected to defeat the troll. The chairman hoped that no one would be able to cope with these fists, which could even split metal. But Jamad's fists were pumped with magical energy. He grabbed Boss by the wrists and lifted him off the ground like a feather. He laughed at the way Boss kicked his legs. A pure insect. The boss writhed and demanded not to call him an insect. Jamad suggested that he beg for mercy. And with these words, he tore off both of the boss's arms like a cockroach. Jamad told the boss that the good saying is violence begets violence, throwing the boss's hands at his feet. Jamad spat in the direction of his defeated opponent, shouting that it was not the boss's turn to run this show. The troll held the boss by the throat. He begged for mercy, but it was too late. The chairman started running, but Karuna stood in his way. However, it was not the Moon Knight who was to finish off the vile chairman. Yemen approached him with a sword. His little sister walked behind him. The chairman of the Justice Guild wet his pants in horror and babbled that he did not understand why they were so cruel to him, since he personally had done nothing wrong. Khan Yemen replied that he asked not to touch his sister. For this, he would kill him. The chairman begged to forgive and not kill. But Khan Yemen replied that it was too late. The chairman said that he was not the only one like that in this world, and that he and the snowman themselves should not become tyrants in this situation. But the snowman reminded him of his model of the world, where everyone uses each other. There are no laws, no rules, and let the chairman experience for himself what it is like to be weak. The chairman shouted that in any case, those who would establish their own order would appear, and that he too was a victim of the new world. The snowman remembered his dialogue in the Information Guild, and his question about why they ignore all this lawlessness. They know everything, but they remain silent. And this is what such silence and inaction leads to the madness of violence. The snowman decided that they could come up with new rules as they wanted, but he would break them until he was satisfied. The chairman, in the face of death, screamed in his face that he was the same crazy bastard as they were. No different from them. He shouted that the snowman was a monster. The snowman shrugged his shoulders indifferently, as if to say, "Let him be a monster. The chairman knows best." Khan Yemen declared that the snowman was not a monster and plunged his sword into the chairman's chest. And the chairman of the Justice Guild gave up the ghost. Now, that was all right. All the enemies were defeated, and it was time to return to my adventure plan. The gods were delighted by the spectacle and gave him another 200 madness points. They stood with Khan Yemen at the notice board in the association. The snowman said that Khan Yemeni was a good guy and defended his sister so desperately. At parting, the snowman promised him and his sister good luck, and to invite them to some adventure. Khan Yemen said that he would go, of course, but he would hardly be able to help much. Snowman said there was one little matter, and it's good that he's okay. Han Yemen is now connected to the organization, and Mak Chen will receive news about him wherever he is. The snowman told the boy that they would meet when his ghost hand manifested itself, and the snowman would receive a well-deserved payment for his help. 3 days have passed. The snowman came to the ruined city of Novira. Resting place changed from Kongori to Novira. Basic movement. Need to roll dice. He did so. The dice of fortune showed the number 2. This meant that he would have an extremely unfortunate fate for today. His adventure in the Novira area had several variables from the start. There is a possibility that his adventure will suddenly change to another, more complex one. But at the same time, if he copes with the increased danger and overcomes all adversity, then fate will give him a good chance. Experienced adventurers are always prepared for failure. If you have nothing, just move the base. Because you can lose your life with one roll of the dice of luck. He stood at the entrance to the city of Novira, but he would be glad if his adventure didn't change in its current state. Because he had a goal. To find the shadow summoner, Chao. Better to think about the chance to get a high reward. Now with Karuna and Jamad, he can handle most of the difficulties. So before them was Novira, this city of the plunderers of the ruins, a single city-sized group located near a forest full of ruins. Then he heard people's voices. They were discussing the adventure. Someone was saying that if she had fallen behind, she would have been scattered to pieces all over the forest. And that this was no joke. Weaker people can handle it, and stronger people can handle it. That's the beauty of being a ruin plunderer. Novira's entire economy was built on the lives of ruin plunderers, and this work was considered important here. And the most important resource for treasure hunting is human. That is why the influx of ex-military people into Novira is nothing but a blessing. The reason for the harmony between these people and the people of Pandea was because of the peculiarities of Novira. Overall, the town was not bad. Mak Chen decided to first find out about the atmosphere in the association, and then look for information about Chao. In the Novira Adventurers Association, most of the stories were about treasure hunting, but there were also stories about Borgo. Something must have happened after he disappeared. He began asking the locals about Chao. Black clothes, a beautiful face with big eyes, a brunette. But no one saw him, as if he had disappeared into thin air. He asked everyone and everywhere. Everyone was surprised by the unusual name, but no one could remember it. The search reached a dead end. It was already getting dark, but they still hadn't managed to find the trail. One local woman with a sly look said that about a month ago she met a woman who matched the description, and she told her something else. The snowman asked to tell her more. "Well, I don't know. I'm not sure I'll remember much. She squinted. It seemed the scoundrel wasn't going to share the information so easily. The snowman put some gold coins in her palm, saying that maybe it would help her remember. She perked up and said that she was starting to remember now. The woman was looking for a room suitable for research, and a stranger suggested one option. A family had died in this house. They did not sell it. Sometimes they rented it out. She showed the way to that house. The snowman approached the house and pulled the handle. The door was locked. There was an option that made the snowman doubtful. It's dark inside, but there are traces of life. These traces look like they're a couple of weeks old, but there seem to be no people inside. He told Jamad that Chow's laboratory could be located here in the house and suggested that they look for it. But the troll was a very wayward thing. He snorted contemptuously that searching was not his thing. The snowman addressed the same request to Karuna. And at the same time, he wondered why the night was always so silent. He replied that it was because he was the guardian of the ruins. There was no one to talk to there. He didn't remember much because he was now a shadow of himself. Snowman thought that no one had summoned Karuna before, so little was known about him. It is important for a summoner to know the details of his shadows. Karuna and Jamad's passed step by step. Karuna called out to him and said that he had found nothing. They lit a torch and entered the house. There were papers everywhere, problems to be solved. They are all different. Most of the documents are of unknown content and are mixed together, and at first glance are not connected in any way. And yet, there could be a clue. Grizz's secret laboratory has been discovered in the Great Forest. Grizz was one of the greatest geniuses of Pangaea. In addition to mechanical engineering, he brought to the world various knowledge, historical inventions, and unusual creations. Many wanted to master his skills. Now he wanders the world, and his secret laboratories are hidden all over the continent. In all his 30-piece games, Mac Chen saw Grizz only once. He was a very mysterious person. Then he said at the meeting that it was so nice to meet a person with whom you can talk. Although they only met once, they spent a lot of time together. He is a genius with a special way of speaking. If you find some inventions, equipment, or even part of a drawing in his laboratories, they can be very useful. Grizz's labs are as dangerous as they are secret. Snowman hoped that Chow had gone to Grizz's lab in the Great Forest. The options window notified that the title of the vanished summoner has been changed to Grizz's secret lab. This is a solo adventure, played without companions. Grizz's secret laboratory. The snowman thought that since he came to the Great Forest, it meant that a secret laboratory was hidden somewhere. In Chow's office, he found a clue about Grizz's secret lab. Snowman's task is to find the girl. Grizz is a genius and eccentric. Ordinary people will never understand his way of thinking. According to rumors, he has inventions hidden in his secret laboratories. But he wasn't going to just give them away. Snowman's goal is to find and search the secret laboratory. You need to overcome the obstacles he sets up and find traces of Chow and not forget about other things. He activated his insight skill and saw that the forest in this area was different from other vegetation. The trees were obviously not created by nature. Their height and width are identical, and the trunks themselves are lined up. He realized that the laboratory was definitely nearby and decided to act more carefully. His insight told him of an unidentified danger. Ah, here it is. Grizz always installed surveillance devices near his laboratories. They needed to be safely disarmed. The ideal option would be to destroy it. But if he misses, there will be problems. Then you need to call an elf for help. The knife should work. Karuna stabbed the mechanical bird with his knife. Not as clever as he had done for the shadow, but it would do. The bird flew into pieces. He ordered the shadow hand to destroy everything in sight until they arrived. He was quite the inventor, this Grizz. The snowman asked Jamad to open the locked door. The troll just wanted to break it. The snowman allowed it. He prepared his fists for work and set about his usual task. Jamad broke down the door and entered. But just entering is very risky even for Jamad. When Snowman asked Grizzly about the secret entrance to the lab, he answered like this. Mole tried his best, but the doors don't work. Just left them as decoration. There's just something more interesting there than those doors. Grizz used the thoughts of ordinary people and destroyed their perception. Perhaps they will be able to find traces of Chow. Judging by the fact that the door destroyed by Jamad had the inscription, "Second Door," there is more than one entrance here, and you need to check inside too. Third laboratory. Inside the room, everything looked very strange. There were some flasks and devices. There were sounds of a fan coming from somewhere, and some strange smell. It felt like he was breathing fresh air, even in the lab. The snowman thought maybe they were growing plants there. He looked around and saw something hanging on the wall. Some kind of leaf. There were inscriptions on the sheet of paper. He tore it off and began to read. The piece of paper said that Chow liked one thing and took it, and her signature. So, Snowman found traces of Chow in the lab. She got what she wanted and left the place. There are more interesting things to find in the depths of the lab. But he wasn't going to stop there anyway. He wondered what she had taken with her. Karuna called out to him. He found some papers. There were questions about death, like, what is death? Is it painful to die? Does a person disappear completely after death? Is there life after death? It was definitely something from Grizz's research, but he didn't see how it related to what Chow had taken with her. There are no people on the entire continent who have survived death. There are evil spirits, but they are an exception, since they have refused death. Grizz has invented a device that causes clinical death. This device is designed to see the true face of death. It actually allows you to survive death. A terrible thing. From the idea to the execution. And for some reason, Chow needed this device. The effect of the device is confirmed. It is really terrible. In any case, it is necessary to go further to find out everything. The snowman, along with Jamad and Karuna, moved on. The road led them to a second laboratory, lost in the forest. He activated his insight. There was something behind the door. Karuna stepped forward. In the depths, some kind of red flashlight or device was glowing. It was not yet clear what. The snowman heard someone muttering the same word. It was the word error. They saw a robot. It had that same red flashlight on its head. And the robot kept saying the same thing. Error! Error! Entry blocked. Karuna drew his sword, but the snowman ordered him to leave it. For such a size, the robot's movements were somewhat awkward. Our hero saw strange plants with long, tentacle-like branches around him and ordered the shadows to cut them. Karuna cut away the branches that had entangled the robot. The robot groaned. They looked in amazement at this miracle of technology in the land of elves, trolls, swords, bows, and horse-drawn carriages. The flashlight on the robot's head shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. The robot said that he was glad to meet a human. He told that they were in the 81st laboratory, created by Mr. Grizz relatively recently, and he was its keeper. Arta, too. The robot asked to be called simply Arta. The snowman thought that as soon as the stems disappeared, his behavior suddenly changed. Since he was so friendly, the invasion had to be kept a secret. But the robot continued that Mr. Grizz was currently absent, and had they warned of their arrival? The snowman replied that no, they were passing by and decided to go in. The robot said that they wouldn't be able to meet Grizz then, but they could look around the lab and volunteered to show them everything himself. The snowman asked to show. The robot asked if they had been to the third lab yet. They had. Then the robot would show them the first and second labs. One of the gods donated 300 insanity points to Snowman for fooling the robot. The second laboratory. It specializes in the study of animate beings. Here the theory of multifunctional animate beings is tested and implemented. The snowman asked if Grizzly had created them himself. The robot proudly said that this was Grizzly's greatest creation. The animate have the ability to repel and attract each other. If they gather in one place, a conflict will occur. But Grizz solved this problem with dignity. How is unknown. It turns out that the robot was not the guardian of this place. Arta said that it was not his responsibility. Grizz did all the research himself. The rest only serve him. Then this place will change because of the animate, asked the snowman. Arta answered that the theory is not fully tested. The documents showed that the power of the animate could be contained by a belt. Despite being able to control them directly, the owner indirectly received their power. The snowman thought it was pure madness. Arta said that the belt was somewhere here, in the second laboratory. The belt was there, but it was lost somewhere. The reason is unknown. Mac Chen thought that he was not surprised at all. The snowman thought deeply and analyzed all the information he had received during the day. He remembered the strange flasks in the first lab, and a guess struck him. He wanted to know what was in the first lab, and he asked Arta about it. Arta said that there was a life research complex there, on a scale greater than all the places they had passed through combined. Arta also said that research was being conducted here that would help solve the problems with food and hunger in the Empire in the future. They grew plants that could survive in the harshest conditions. It also housed the control center for the entire laboratory. Something definitely happened in the first laboratory. The snowman decided to ask Arta if he knew anything about Millen, his 30th figure. But the robot did not find such a name among the words he knew. He did not know about this person. The snowman was upset that he had not picked up Milan's trail. Millen was the last snowman figure. This character spent a lot of time with Grizz. Grizz called him capable, even a genius. Grizz said that Milan both inspired him and made him feel inferior, as if he had collected all the knowledge in the world. Grizz understood why Millen was called a great sage. Millen joked that it was an exaggeration, and asked the great sage Grizz not to be upset. On the contrary, Grizz was very glad that there were people in the world who could understand him. After all, it was terrible when there was no one to discuss a new hypothesis with or to carry out an experiment. He tried to persuade Milan not to go on another adventure because he really needed him. Grizz had never met such a smart person in his entire life. The snowman emerged from a flood of memories. Now is not the time to reminisce. This release is different. Arta led the wanderers to the first laboratory. It seemed to our hero that there was no one else in the lab except for him and Arta, not counting his shadows. But Arta objected that there were more than 20 researchers here. The snowman turned on perception and special vision and detected movement behind the door. He understood why he found only the robot R2 in such a vast area. Because the robot ran away from these monsters that lived here. They were overgrown plants. The plants in Grizz's lab began to grow faster. The laboratory control center was overgrown with them and did not work properly. The plants seemed to have acquired intelligence and were taking over the workers, striving for endless growth. If they continue to grow and reach the Great Forest, a catastrophe will occur there. The snowman realized that the plants had captured the explorers by colonization. Arta confirmed that all the equipment in the lab had turned against them. Jamad raised his fists in battle readiness. Karuna entered the first phase of the moonlight, the new moon. The shadows indicated to the master that the overgrown plant was using rapid growth. Arta reported that there had been an error in his memory compartment. He tried to remember the details of what had happened. The snowman asked the robot to hurry up with his memories. It was as if we heard voices in our hero's head complaining about the difficulty of the adventure and that it was impossible to cope with it alone, especially at the very beginning. The snowman was surprised by these voices. He remembered that this was a solo adventure. Arta finally managed to regain his memory. The local plants showed signs of unexpected growth, and while he was reporting this to Grizz, the connection was lost. The control center is called the Mechanical Golems. The central control has been captured. Arta continued to tell the story that these creatures are extremely intelligent and very dangerous. In an instant, the researchers were caught in the plant stems and stopped functioning. To save themselves, Arte had to take refuge in the second laboratory. The snowman asked if they had any weaknesses. Arta said they were susceptible to insect attacks and burned well. Setting fire to a colony of that size was not an option, because they themselves could suffer. Arta replied that there were no other options. If they can get to the central control, they can find the fire extinguishing system. The snowman asked the robot to add oil. The robot fulfilled the request. Moon Knight Karuna started the fire. The monsters began to burn. Grizz's secret lab arc has changed to the golem sleeping in the forest. The Life Research Center is the deepest part of the secret lab. The overgrown plants revolted and took over the laboratory. Many golems stopped working. The central control was captured. Snowman's goal is to deal with the plant monsters and save as many golems as possible. He must go to the control center and get to the fire extinguishing system. In the process, he will be able to get help from golems. The more of them, the better. The snowman ordered Jamad to move forward quickly. Our hero showed Jamad which part of the plants he should set on fire. Jamad followed the order and set the plants on fire. With the researchers no longer functioning, Snowman was faced with a task posed by Grizz. He decided to look for the password. The question was asked about who is the most brilliant person in the world. And the options? 1. Ruler Ezra. 2nd Baron Hozu. 3rd Princess Shira. Court Grizz. 5. Chief Mage Shula. The snowman chuckled. Grizz was a real narcissist, and that's why the snowman chose option 4. The robot came to life and greeted the man. He introduced himself as Albert 23. He was one of the 20 sleeping golem researchers here. Albert 23 reported that he is now active and ready to help people. Jamad, who was burning the plants behind him with his fire fists, thought that they needed to move more actively towards the control center. The game was like a war game. The next golem's password was a question about which horse was the fastest on the continent. The snowman coped with this erudition task as well. This was already 9 of 20 golems Khotun 11. Snowman then activated the 10th golem named Girita 7. He was aided by his erudition and easily entered the necessary passwords, knowing the correct answer to the questions. And now they have almost reached the control center. There was something glowing with a bluish light ahead. Jamad shouted that they were in danger and needed to be careful. The snowman lit up the torch and was horrified. The open mouth of a huge plant monster was looking at him. They were just a little bit away from their goal. But ahead was such a terrible obstacle. The snowman cursed, although rudeness of words was not typical of him.